Okay, hey everybody, welcome to the Frame Trap Podcast. I'm your host, Bounty, with my co-host, Doppio, to my right. And our,
So,
our guest this week is actually a very good friend of ours, Theophrastus. Uh,
Hello.
would you like to talk about yourself for a bit, Theo?
Oh boy. Hi. I'm Theo. I've been playing fighting games for like 10 trying to play them competitively to no success for like 5 years, 6 years now. I've played a lot of video games in general, and I have a general love for esports. I even got the chance to study it as part of university research, but that's either here nor there. Yeah. It's nice to meet everyone. Or I've known Bounty and Dovio for a while. They're two good friends of mine, so I'm very happy to be on the podcast.
Yeah. Now, what's really funny about what you said is that you were like, I've been competing and failing in fighting games, but you know what? That's not a failure, my guy.
I gotta compete. You're right. You're right. You're
just
right.
competing. Like, come
Yeah.
on, Jesus.
also, Conway's like one of the best Guilty Gear players I know.
No,
No, that's actually true.
Gas?
So, like, for what that's worth,
Gas?
That's rough. That's rough. I regularly get smoked by a lot of people.
Depending on what day you ask me, is this my favorite Raven player or the best Raven player? Just depends on how much opium I'm inhaling that day. Yes, Blaze got nothing on this, man. Anyway.
But yeah, so it's been a week. How have you been, Doppio? What is your week like?
Oh, I could probably tell you in better detail. It's been crazy, but it's been a good week. I've been happy. There's been a lot of compared to last week, we have a lot more news from all over the place. So I'm kind of excited to talk about stuff.
We'll actually talk about fighting games.
On a fighting game podcast?
Yeah, what a concept.
But yeah, it's been a pretty eventful week for esports and specifically fighting games in general. And I think we have a couple pretty interesting topics to talk about this. I'm kind of hyped for that.
Yeah.
How you been?
I've been actually pretty solid this week. Work has been pretty good. It's been pretty chill coming into work. I'm getting a new boss soon, so that's going to be pretty interesting. But I've been playing a lot of Valorant, so we'll eventually talk about that. And
I've gotten to see you play Valorant. It is a fun experience to hear about your.
And I've gotten to carry you in Valorant, so it's quite enjoyable. I have to say, one of the best gaming experiences of my life. You know what I'm saying? You might have to show the duo a little bit on stream.
How about yourself, Conway? How are you this week?
I've had a good week. I've been playing a lot of Dota, which I'm excited to talk about a bit later. That I've been having so much fun. I played MOBAs for an eternity. That was the first competitive game I played. I played League for 4.5 years, and so it's been like a breath of fresh air to come to this kind of new place, new game with a lot of enthusiasm, and it's been super fun. I've only played Sand King. Let's go. It's so much fun.
He enters the game. Shurima, your emperor has returned.
No. He's
wrong game, dude, please.
You're missing the lore, Doppio. You're missing the lore. He's the collective consciousness, pun intended, of the of a living waste desert. It's so metal. Okay, anyways, okay.
Really?
It's so metal.
Anyway, so let's just get right into our main topics. This is the big one. I wanted to just hand this off to Doppio because I'm sure he's really excited to talk about this one.
Okay, so if you guys didn't know, the best fighting game to come out in 2021, the best one, Melty Blood Type Lumina.
2021?
Did it come out in 2021? It did, right?
No, yeah. I'm just saying there's another fighting game that came out in 2021 named Strive.
Well, what's that?
Oh, no.
That's the right answer, Doppio. Let's go. Let's go.
Are you talking about Xrd? You must be talking about Xrd, right?
Yeah.
There must be a mistake.
No.
I thought we were talking about good fighting games on this podcast. That's my.
my god.
Anyway,
Strive is good. It's
the best fighting game to come out in 2021 free. Melty Blood Type Lumina got its first DLC, right? And it's been getting balance patches while it's been getting characters and in between. So it only got one character, Alco, right? That's the only character needed. There's no other characters that were released for DLC.
Are
None
you
of it.
sure? I've heard there were 2.
There must be a gap in it. I'm not really too sure, but all I know is that
Does the second one just not have enough drip for you?
No, absolutely not. I mean, if you don't have a plain white tee and jeans, just get out of my. That's not my melty blood. You gotta get out. I'm sorry. For real though, yeah, they put 2 new characters in the game. Dead Apostle Noel. Some people call her Dan. I call her the second coming of the Antichrist. Yeah, Dan. Like the actual. Like I'm so disgusted because they're violating my boy. Right?
Wait.
The real Dan is a hero. This. I don't know. Anyway,
Dophio, if you don't mind me interrupting, you said
Yeah.
it was the second coming of the Antichrist. What was the first coming?
Yeah. What was the first?
when I picked Deadman.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay,
There you
When I
go.
did Task the RRC, Bryce was certain. He's like, it's free. It's done.
It's true.
This match should not have been brought
I
into this one.
was livid.
But yeah, no. So 2 new characters dropped. Dead Apostle Noel and Alco, and there was a big balance patch for the game, which was really cool.
So
What's
let's
up?
just talk about Alco then. What's up with Alco?
Yeah, well, I've been playing Alco a ton. She's awesome. Everyone was really hyped for it because they revealed Dead Apostle Noel first, and everyone kind of like was like, weird. Like, why are you guys doing this? Nobody wants this, right? Because like, there's a ton of Melty characters that like are from Legacy Melty that aren't in the new one, right? Because Melty has like 30 something characters, and like
it's like
half of them they
43,
make.
I believe.
Something like that. Like, see, I don't remember exactly how many I had, but there's like my boy Wara. There's what was
Miro.
the guy's?
Marvin Skur, Archetype
Miro?
Burrows.
The guy with the cello. That's the only way I can remember him.
Her name is Reese. Reese is.
Oh my.
roast beef. Yeah.
Yeah. They call her roast beef in the community.
Yeah, all those characters, like those are all the characters that people have been asking for, and they decided to put in this like weird 30 or something character that like wants to turn back into a 14-year-old. It was really trippy and weird, and nobody wanted it. And then everyone was like, "Okay, Melty's a dead game. Game's dead. Screw it. Stop playing it." And then Alco came out, and everyone was like, "I've been playing this game since day one. I'm a big Melty fan. I've been here since the beginning. You know,
2012
I've been here
was my
since
year.
Melty Blood, the first one." Now, as a man who's had his fair share of Melty Blood history, we'll talk about my Togeki run later. I was kind of hyped to see Alco come back, right?
Mhm.
And it was a little bit marred, just by the fact that there were infinites in the game as well. So these kind of both go together. So
Was that
right
the result
before-
of the balance? I'm sorry.
right before the patch came out for the characters, some dastardly devil found infinites in Melty Blood for like half the cast that were reliable. Kind of similar to like the old Uni like 1.0, 1.1 like infinites where like you would like throw someone against the wall for like 99 seconds and then like you just win the round. And they were consistent. They were like super reliable, and you can get them off like a lot of different.
It's not like the old Melty Blood Infinites where you'd have them on the ground and you'd constantly like just press a button on a timing.
No, it's no. So what it abused is like when you charge JC in the air, they like bounce, and
Yeah.
for some reason, if you do a certain combo, it like doesn't check how many bounces. So you can just keep doing it. Like you just keep charge JCing and then bouncing them off the floor, and you can just keep them.
Now, my question
because it's jump dancing.
Quick question.
What's up?
Were these a result of the patches, or did they come shipped with the game and were just recognized now?
I'm fairly certain they came shipped with the game because it wasn't like a thing that they introduced. Like there was no change to aerial like charge JC, so they worked that way from the beginning. There was no editing
Gotcha.
like that. I think it was just something that was shipped, but it wasn't something that people figured out because I think you have to do something specific to mess with the game logic to let you to do that. It might have been like some characters have to Moondrive activate to do it. It's like a bunch of different.
Understood.
Yeah, but basically people were talking about immediately banning this, right? Because it's like, it's kind of game breaking. And interestingly enough, the biggest tournament that's upcoming is Frosty Fausting, right? And the Elven Shadow and all of his divine wisdom, like, yeah, we're banning this. Don't do this. It wasn't Elven Shadow, it was a couple different people who also moderate, were managing the TOing the event. Bounty, I remember you specifically referenced. Yeah.
Shinobi, basically.
Yeah, absolute legends. The absolute legends of the Melty community were like, yeah, let's not do this. And then all of the people who started playing Melty in 2020 tweeted about how like back in 2006, during my Togeki run, right, we had to deal with these infinites. All right, these Japanese dudes were best of one infiniting us, right, bouncing us against the wall, right. I was just trying to play Scion. I was happy that they were banned, personally, because it's kind of ridiculous, and I think we can talk a little bit more on that, like from like altogether about like just the concept of fairness, because we are going to talk about that in a bit. But generally, it was widely regarded as like kind of a good thing. And then immediately when the patch came out, those things got changed. So there's no more infinites and melty, and the characters were released. So it was a really big boost for the game. A lot of people were online playing, and Alco is super fun. Like personally, I really like her, and
I've
been.
What does she do? Is it
so
like I remember in the older ones she had like blue projectiles and kind of like a bow type thing.
Yeah.
And like she shoots spears, but now she doesn't really do that.
Yeah, so now I presume she went through weapons training, because now she like carries firearms in the forms of blue laser beams. Like she just like points her finger like a gun, like the guy from what's that anime with the the old man robot and the kid who like
he's in point his finger like a gun. It's
no, that's true. It is Yu Hakusho. Yeah, she's pretty much Yusuke, but she can fire the spirit gun whenever she wants, and like it's kind of cool. She has this whole thing where
beat up for 4 episodes to do it.
No, she doesn't scream while having a body. It's pretty OD though, like because the timing of the projectile varies, as well as like the amount of hits and damage, kind of like Magneto like beams and stuff. But if you moondrive, it's like instant, and it goes full screen like immediately. And her C1, it kind of like floats them, so you can like do combos. And the ones that go from air to ground, some fast fall her, and then some float her, and then some give you a hard knockdown. And then the hard knockdown is good because it sets up for her like main gimmick, which is the orbs. So she has 2 types of orbs. One where she like sets it, and then if it hits the opponent, it detonates. And then there's one where she just sets it, and then if she lets go of the button, it like detonates the orb. And so the second variety, the one where she can manually detonate it, is really interesting because you can get like really weird pressure that you would never really get in like a non-versus game. Like you can like fuzzy people in Melty Blood. You can do like JB and then like pop the orb and then jump JC and then land and then do an overhead low. It's like kind of crazy, especially just because like that sort of pressure doesn't really exist in Melty until that point. But it's really balanced in the sense that you have to do some things in order to get to the point of having that pressure. You can't just like BC air throw, get the knockdown, and then do that. You have to set up for it through like getting a hard knockdown with a metered move, like a metered air special, and then you also have to set it up in terms of like you have to be on the proper spacing when you knock them down. But if you set things up properly, and people have been showing it on Twitter a lot, you get like some crazy stuff, some absolutely demonic stuff. So I'm kind of hyped to like start picking that up. She's definitely a tough character, but I think it's gonna be like worth it long term. What I'm worried about is the other one too, Dan, Dead Apostle Noel, because on release,
I don't know anything about this character. I just know that she looks like a 14-year-old, and I hate it, so I avoid it.
Yeah, that's bad, but it's even worse because on release she had a projectile that was air unblockable, that was like instant, and so they were like, we did.
Whoa. So you're telling me that she has like an instant. So on reaction, I see your toes leave the ground. You're done.
No, yeah, you're smoked, and it tracks.
So I can pretend to be Rudy Gobert on the Utah Jazz, and I see you jump for the jump ball, and I'm like, no. Sit that ass down.
So get down from there. You're gonna hurt yourself. Exactly, and you get full confirm off of it too. From what I remember, I might be fuzzy about that. So they were like, no, this is bad. Let's patch this. All right, let's make the trackable instant air projectile like not unblockable. What they forgot is that they're designing for Melty Blood. So the projectile keeps them in the air. So Noah can just shoot the projectile, and if you jumped, she just runs under you and jabs, and it's completely unblockable.
So is it effectively like unchanged?
Yeah, there's a very good clip by Makoto Fox. I don't have it here on the document, but it's Makoto Fox like, oh my god, they patched it. This is great. And then he's like, wait. And then he shoots it and then runs under in this jab, and he's like, it's so fucking funny. But yeah. Granted, a lot of people are playing Alpha.
Like, how would you interact with it then? Like, if you're attempting to, do you like shield it? Do you do an AREX move or something?
I mean, shielding is always like, if you're in a bad situation, I feel like shielding is always a better option because it's inherently a 50-50. So it's like you could win off this interaction,
kind of,
or force yourself to be in a worse interaction.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's definitely a strong option. You can shield. The thing is, if you block the air projectile, you can't shield in that gap because it's gapless.
Yeah,
like she's just gonna run under you and press jab, and it holds you. So you have to like shield the projectile, and then at that point it's like a mix. But like you have to just play it at that point. It's kind of tough. Like you can't. There's not like an option where you can just go back.
So
What's
they're
up?
really committing to this game design of like, I want you to shield. I want you to press this button.
Kind
and
of.
I
don't know if-
You see what I'm doing right now with my hands without even thinking about? That's what they want you to do. They want you to do this as often as possible.
I mean, kind of, yeah. But it's also like I think that both characters, like I think I can speak for French Bread on this point. It's like I don't think either character is exactly where they want them because they have been patching the characters slowly throughout the. I think like they're probably in a.
What does Dan even do other than this unblockable projectile?
Well, I don't know if that's like super central to her gameplay. I just know that she shoots a lot of projectiles, sets up these rods that she can manual detonate, and then honestly, I don't. She's like a lolly. Or, like other than that, I'm kind of like I kind of draw blanks. I just know that she like shoots like she has just really powerful projectiles. She sets up pretty decent Oki, and then she's just really fast. So like on the air and on the air in the air she's pretty fast, and on the ground like multi characters are generally homogeneous as far as like dash speed. So
I mean
it's
they're
really
homogeneous, but typically where they vary is like how they run offense, like when they get down or
so
something.
like I think it's more projectile based Oki for her, but I'm still not super clear on the details. I've just mainly been playing Alco, so I can speak to what her game plan is more. But I think for both characters, it will definitely be developing. So I recommend if you guys at home are interested at all in Melty, or God forbid you're Tsukihime fans, please, I mean for your sake, I feel so bad for you. But please stay tuned to Frosty Faustings and other local events. I know NLBC does, like Spooky does NLBC for Melty quite often. Please stay tuned and watch some stuff because it's a really, really dope game, and I'm really happy with the direction that they've been.
Yeah,
I don't know. What do you guys think about all this in general?
For me, because this is the first two DLC characters, right? And they both have like strong projectile-based Oki, and like a bunch of the base cast also has strong projectile-based Oki. I'm a little bit worried about like not necessarily the playing the game experience, because playing the game is like whatever. It should be a fine experience because it's a fighting game. I'm a little bit worried about the spectator experience, because I'm a little bit worried about like getting in a groove where you're watching the game and you're just like, oh, he won neutral. Now time to put out my thingamabob to do my thingamajig.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about that when we were talking about shielding that projectile, and like you're saying that they want that the French Bread seems to want people to engage with that mechanic. It's really interesting to me because the most like in like because shielding when I've played Melty a fair amount at this point is like a really obviously like what's the term, flashy thing to do, right? And if when it happens, like I would be in Discord calls like talking with people playing the game and streaming it for them, and it would be everyone would get hyped when a big shield came out. In those moments where it's like, oh, you could shield that? That's crazy. And like getting to that point could be like a part of their goal, especially if they are putting situations where projectile Oki, you gotta shield it and then interact with the next thing. I don't know if that's like a part of it.
The biggest issue is that most of the community, not you, Doppio, because I know you really like the shield mechanic, because you're a scumbag, you're bottom of the barrel, you're like the grind that they pick up off the bottom. That's
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
But like the thing is that most of the Melty community hates the shield mechanic. Because like they're used to like being allowed to block things out and use like typically different defensive mechanics, right? But like the game design in this one is starting to turn into like, we want it to make it so that shielding is a strong option that prevents strong Oki. Because like not shielding the like plus 32 on block projectile is like almost a death wish, unless you think they're going to bait your shield, right? So it's like all of a sudden they want you to interact with that choice of like, do I shield this strong projectile or not? So it's like, I don't know. I'm just hoping that the next two characters are something a little bit more interesting.
Speaking of the Melty community in general, what has their consensus been surrounding these two releases? Considering that Noel was something that people weren't particularly interested in, and Alco was. What is kind of the verdict that they've kind of brought out? I mean, everyone's gonna have those Twitter moments, right, where it's like, "This is broken, new thing in fighting game, has ruined play experience."
Thumbnail, like,
Yeah, exactly. You know, we can imagine the next the Giuna or Kizuke video kind of vibe.
Buddy, that was like the perfect HBox thumbnail. I think.
Yeah, and that's always gonna happen. But like when I don't know if there, I know it's been very recent, so like you know the depth of discussion is gonna be pretty shallow for a while. But like, is there like any in the more like less reductive moment? Is there what's kind of the
there's some content I've been seeing recently where people speak about like their problems with the game. There's always that consensus in like for certain games when they come out where it's like, oh, this game's dead. Like 2 months after the game's dead for like whatever reason. Used to just be like rollback stuff, which is like fair. But for Melty specifically, it's just been that like people specifically just didn't really like the system mechanics, right? So for those people who were like kind of whatever on the system mechanics, it didn't really change too much because like they didn't really address those issues in any patches or anything like that. But for characters, it's generally been very hype around Alco. Like people have been super hype around Alco, pretty like from like annoyed, like mild annoyance to like pretty mad about Noel. And then for like the content that I think is like the most sort of like constructive about stuff is the YouTube content. Like I've been seeing a lot of people like that do play a ton of Melty. They made some content about like, hey, this is like why I have my problems with it, right? Like this is why I'm kind of not in the mood to play it and why I just haven't been playing it. I saw one guy who made a video and he's like, he was like the visual design. Like I only have one problem with the visual design with Melty, and he's like, it's just that Apostle Noel. That shit's haram, brother. And I'm like, man, this man kind of spitting. I really can't tell him. I can't tell him otherwise. Like I like the game, but like I can't really disagree with him. I think the main thing is just really the system mechanics, which is weird. Like I understand it, but for me, like Bounty said, I'm the bottom of the barrel, right? So
come on.
Yeah, so like I really enjoy. He can say that, right? But we all know.
Well, the thing is, you may be the bottom of the barrel, but the thing is that bottom of the barrel eventually poisons whatever you put into the barrel, right? So you commit to the entire thing.
So I'm going up across the barrel, just poisoning everything.
You could say it. You could have said it saturates. You know, you didn't have to say poison.
It builds over time.
It's a positive quality, not.
Like Bounty can say whatever he wants, but I know my cranium is so massive it fills the room I'm sitting in right now. So I know that the defense is actually pretty godlike. For me, I just like I like it whenever there's a game that has like pretty strong offense. If you should have like a fairly powerful defense, because most games that have like Marvel style offense don't really have like super duper strong defensive options, right? Like they don't have defensive options that you can just like do, and they're just like, okay, I like win this interaction, right? It's usually stuff that like is like super micro, and you have to think about a lot, right? And your opponent can kind of just like can do things to counter it, so you have to kind of vary your defense. In Melty, there's just like committal options where you're like, okay, like we're done, right? Like I'm going. And I think some people have problems with that. Like I know people always say like, oh yeah, Moondrive Activate is a.
It's like the strive syndrome, where it's like you're kind of committing to like these forceful commitments because you're essentially like guessing in a lot of situations that there's not a lot of like, oh, I can slightly make a safe decision here and there.
Sort of, but I think Strive, when you get down to it, does have those in some regard. Like with IB and FD, I think like those do exist. It's just more that like with Melty, like, because in Strive, if you make like a super committal decision, right, it's usually super high risk, high reward, right? And in Melty, it's the same thing. There's just more options that you can do that are, right? So like Moondrive, Activate, and Shield are like the main things that people point at. The thing is, like what you were mentioning about projectile-based Oki, it's not really that big of a problem in Melty Blood specifically, right? Like in another game, I can imagine like, oh yeah, this projectile just makes you plus 40, like in someone's face, you can air dash at them and just like smoke them high-low. Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. But in Melty, because all of those projectiles are mids, right? You can shield them any way you like. And then you can also, I believe you can alter your shield in the middle. Or at the very least, you can like do stuff where if you see them throw a projectile, you can very easily like respond to it. And the person who's doing offense has to build their offense or do specific setups to like catch that, right? Or at least do like a safe setup, right? Like, so, okay, this setup is safe against shield, but isn't as strong. It only gives me like some like pressure. Like for Alco, I know the way that you counter shield is that you do a setup where you do ball into shield and then pop the ball so you're still plus, and then you do like a low, right? And so you can do a poke throw at that, right? Because you're like plus in their face and you still check the shield. Or like with Moondrive activate, at that point it just becomes a mix-up. Like if you think they're gonna try to mash a Moon Skill in reverse, or Moon Skill reversal, you just throw them, right? If they have Moon Skill as well, like Moondrive, you have to think about like, okay, if I activate here, are they gonna activate in response? It's I think it's a pretty dynamic system, right? That has a lot of layers. It's just that like, it's like people always kind of get mad at like, oh, I can't like do my like cool projectile move and then run my Oki. Like, what's this? Like, what's wrong with it? I think that's why it is. I might be wrong. Like, I could very well.
Do you think that like most of the negative comments is coming from like inexperience? Because it's sounding like not to say that the people playing are like quote unquote bad at fighting games. I think it's more like they're not interacting with the system to its fullest, so therefore they're not seeing the entire picture of the depth.
Kind of like I think that's a part of it. And I think like, for lack of a better term, like some of the people on Twitter, yeah, that's probably like majority of the case. But I think like even people with like that like the game or like put a ton of time in the game have that opinion, and I think it's really just a preference. Like I think if you played CC or if you played other fighting games and then you come to Melty and you want to like you come to Type Lumina and you want to play like that, it's just like a really big fucking like holy shit. Like I have to like really think about this, right? Like I have to really, really, really think about this on offense, and if I fuck up, I die. It's like people don't really super like that, so it's like because no other game really makes you play that way.
It seems
right?
like mentally taxing in some way, right? Like,
Yeah.
in that it's exhausting to engage with the option a lot since you don't have that moment. Like, I played a lot of Guilty Gear. I played Raven in it, just to be absolutely clear. And the one really nice thing about his offense is you can there's part of it where you can just like take a second and a half of gameplay and you just muscle memory your way through it. And that's like really nice because you can think about other things. And, like it's a consideration, but like decision fatigue is always like a big thing in like playing fighting games competitively, especially if you're grinding it out. You come up with all these, you're making so many choices in a given like time frame. And like one thing we mentioned Strive and brought up Strive as a note a moment ago, but I feel like both Strive and Melty kind of get to the core of that gameplay really fast, in that you're like engaging with the game that the developers want you to very quickly. And I think something that people often leave out of the discussion is the fact that those moments where you're doing other things that aren't as like obviously pivotal can often be like really nice as a mental rest, right? Like that's something that's really interesting to me. I'd be really interested to hear, to see how just fatigued players are after an hour of Melty versus like an hour of even a game like Exer that's like very, very deep, but like you come to those moments of choice in different ways, right? Or like in potentially less,
Yeah, I mean, for me, I can only speak on my experience for that, right? But as a master of the now stream, I can't leak the sauce, but as a master of the do nothing tech, right? I'm a disciple, right, of the school of the do nothing, right?
I didn't know you were such a sous chef.
Yeah, I'm quite a devout follower, right? You might say, and so I troll, but like honestly, having the ability to know about that kind of thing, like I can just do nothing in this scenario and like react, that helps because I think a lot of players don't do that, and that can be very taxing, especially if you're like newer to the genre or newer to like Melty or like competitive fighting games as a whole. I think that's like maybe just a bigger thing about like just doing nothing sometimes, but that's a whole different discussion for another day. Getting more to the point where you were asking, like yeah, like it can be very fucking because like I was just playing a friend of mine, and it's like I kept doing the same thing whenever he shielded me, and I'm like, I keep getting smoked for this. Why do I keep doing it? And it's just because you're trying to focus on so many different things all at once, right? When you're playing someone, like, okay, how do I vary my offense? How do I run it in this certain way? How am I supposed to catch what he's trying to do? And he's varying his options the entire time too. So it's like you really have to be like super good at adapting this stuff and playing on your toes. And it can get really exhausting. Like even after just like an hour of playing, like sometimes I'm just like I'm done. Like I gotta tab for like 15 minutes and do something else because like I'm gonna die. Like it's just
another consideration.
Know, a really easy way to keep the mental tax low while also adapting really well.
Yeah.
It's you just do nothing.
This is real tech, by the way. Like actually,
This is real tech.
like, it's really
Yeah,
good.
yeah. For anybody in chat who doesn't believe me, doing nothing sometimes is actually like really good.
Yeah, really goated. Another thing to note as well, though, is like I'm curious if there's any like genre dissonance, right? Because Melty is essentially an anime game, and they're like kind of known for, and lots of people associate them with this like vortexy set play, which isn't always like really true. Like if you like really peel back the layers, but like that's like the thing people think about, or many fighting game players and many video game players think about when they approach the like genre of anime fighting games. And I'm curious if if like moving closer to those moments of tension that the game developers want you to engage with, kind of, and removing that kind of like heavy set play is a dissonance with the audience expectation and audience like what's the term, the fact that the people who still play those games are engaged with those types of mechanics, kind of like there's a specific term that kind of encompasses this. They're like predisposition as a result of the genre. I'm kind of curious if that's like a thing that
I actually think you're onto something where like because like so like Melty is trying something new with the shield mechanic, right? And they're trying to make it so that you're consistently interacting with it. For people who are like really used to like more traditional style mechanics, especially on defense, where like you just like block, react, interact with the frame data and whatnot, it might be very jarring in that exact way where like they don't want to play because they're so accustomed to like more traditional ways of interaction. So it becomes
Man.
it comes like a stranger in a strange land. Like they're somewhere where they don't know. They don't want to.
Can I like go off on a very quick tangent, really quickly? That's gonna take like less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, go for it.
I really want, and this is something that I really, really think could be really interesting, longitudinal like studies of fighting game players' neurology. Because I'd love to see if there's like changes in brain chemistry based on the way you like interact with fighting games over long periods of time. This is something that no one's looked at, or like if there is, there's very little data. And
as someone who's been playing for 12 years, there's definitely something there. There's a huge
yes, but the thing is, then you take that and then you see how the brain interacts with a new system, right? Because you said the difference in Melty is like that might be jarring. Is potentially the idea that you're interacting in a way that you haven't done for 10 years, right? Especially because Melty is such a legacy game. It's literally it's like 17 years old, right? It's like 2006, 2007, 2008, and like I'd be really interested to see if there's like a neurological reason to this like this potential dissonance. That's like a thing that nobody's talked about. If there's anyone out there doing neuroscience, longitudinal fighting game studies, it's real. Like esports in general, like I'd love to see the brain of a StarCraft player develop over the course of learning the game. That would be so crazy, right? Like I could totally see, like
I would actually guess.
yeah, right. That would be such a powerful study. Like what does a MOBA player's like brain look like? And then you compare that to a StarCraft player, to a Dota player, and then you have these really interesting potential like. Because you live in especially if you're like playing competitively, you live in these environments for your life. And if you're a really good player, it's all you're doing, right? You're thinking about the game constantly. You're considering it. You're reconsidering it. You play the game with this like speculation forward mindset of trying to, really, really think about these elements and how they interact. I would love to see a longitudinal study that looks at this. Yeah.
So speaking of thinking about the game and interacting with the game, and I feel like earlier Doppio touched on a pretty good point that is moving on to our next topic that pertains to the said Melty Blood Infinites that Doppio brought up, where he said maybe it's just a preference thing, and we would like to talk about the ban of the Infinites at Frosty Faustings. Unfortunately, they were patched before Frosty Faustings.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Hey, I'm already showing my cards. Okay, you can show yours, but I'm just saying, like, let's just bring up the topic of like. Now, this topic the topic, by the way, is what is fair in a competitive environment or a competitive game, right? And there have been lots of discussions about this over the years for multiple fighting games. For example, a huge one was Ice Climbers in terms of wobbling, if you're familiar. There are also in Apex Legends, they banned Bloodhound and the I think her name's like Spire or something like that, and the L Star in 3v3s. And then there's a whole bunch of other things. And recently we got the Infinite ban, even though there are popular fighting games such as Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 that just relishes in that style of gameplay. So I pose the question to you two now. What do you guys think is fair?
That's always a difficult question to answer. It's like kind of a trap. Not in a bad way. I don't think you're asking a bad question. I think it's a wonderful question that tells you a lot about the people answering it and like what they value. I do want to say I actually agree with Bounty though on the subject of it is kind of unfortunate. I think it would have been more interesting for it to be in the game and then be disallowed. Not in the sense of like I would value it personally from a spectator perspective, but as like a historical artifact of this moment where people said this play practice, this thing that happens in your game, we hate it so much we just take it out. And like obviously like I mean it's for Melt, like it would be nice as a historical artifact for Melty because it's been happening all the time. Yeah.
What's really weird is like the shift of focus in the Melty community. Like Doppio brought up earlier, where he was talking about the Togeki days where a whole bunch of Japanese players just showed up and were like, "Hey man, I hear you guys like fighting games," and then they really showed them how to play fighting games, and they infinited them. They did every trick in the book to like body these American Melty Blood players. So it's like, what do you think has changed in like the players to like just shift here?
I actually thought about this a lot. Because so as like someone who's a part of that community, so first of all, I'm a degenerate, right? Like I'm just a terrible human being when it comes to fighting games. You give me all the most messed up shit and I'll fucking play it. Like I love it, right? I play Marvel, alright? I love Marvel. I play honestly any Kusoge that you hand me, I'll like play. I labbed H&K for like a couple days before I was like my hands hurt and I can't do this anymore. And also I had like responsibilities. Fucking. And then I love wobbling. I miss wobbling. God rest wobbling. Greatest era of Melee ever. Wobble's second place at Evo. The greatest Evo run in the history of that tournament. Easily. Any game.
And MLG. No. Don't forget about MLG.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and didn't Shootout win an MLG, wobbling people?
No, he got second.
Oh, he always got second to Ken?
MLG.
Oh wait, no, he did get one. I remember.
He did get one. I remember. Yeah, I remember it was a part of the doc. But anyway, I love like all that janky stuff in like games. But like, I think the difference between 2006 and remember Bryce, it was a bunch of Japanese dudes and one Armenian guy from Southern California who grew up in the year 2006. All right, we'll talk about that later. This is a different topic. I'm not gonna get sidetracked. But you know, in like Togeki years, right? Like people would play best of one with like all the jank, like no holds barred. Like it was a deathmatch, right? Like this was like the gladiatorial arena of like fighting, right? And people would pull up because they like playing the game, right? And so there has been some discussion, especially on Twitter, of like what's changed between the era of like you see all of them doing the upkick and you go, hey, and then now it's like, no, let's get rid of that. That's probably too much, right? And I think a lot of it is like back then people didn't really play games because they were like, oh, I'm gonna win and this is gonna be like my paycheck. But people do that now. And honestly, like, you know, say what you will about the economies of the world in general, but like, if I lost like a month's salary because I got infinite in a fighting game, I would probably kill somebody. I'd like lose my shit. I'd be like, dude, what the fuck? So, especially for Attorney as like big as Frosty Faustings, because I mean, again, however much you want to talk about like how big fighting game prize pools are or whatever, it's still quite a substantial amount of money for a gaming event, right? Especially for like a smaller.
I think to note as well, yeah, is the community standard for like size matters in these contexts as well, because like this is like bigger than the Melty scene has seen in years, if ever, right? Like this is their biggest. This is their biggest event.
Like, jokes aside about bathroom games, like, I mean, yeah, it's been pretty niche for, like, a majority of Melty's lifespan, right? Like, just, like, tournaments in general. Like, even when they were at EVO, it wasn't nearly as big as it is today, right? And so, if you have a tournament where people are literally flying in from all over the world, right, and trying to play, and, you know, trying to do the best and compete and show what they got, if you ran an event with, like, infinites, or even, like, to kind of go more broad with, like, the principles of equity, right? It's like if you ran an event like Togeki today, right? And then you put like Evo level or like big like even like imagine like some Dota the international level prize money, right? Behind like a Togeki event where you're playing best of one with infinites, like nobody would think that's like a feasible or realistic or sane idea. People would just be like, this is insane, right? Like you would have to have way too much money to throw around, and it really wouldn't be a good measure of skill, right? I mean, people even complain about best of three, or like first to two in like the modern format. That's why a lot of people like I know Leffen caused a lot of drama about
Guilty Gear Strive, because Guilty Gear Strive got so many Street Fighter players. Most top 8s for Guilty Gear Strive are all 3 out of 5, whereas before like it would just be 2 out of 3 up until like top 2
losers finals or something.
Yeah,
That's a big standard.
And the grandpa boomer in me gets angry because it's like I grew up in this volatile situation, and I had to deal with it, so you do too.
In some ways, though, having an incredibly volatile situation is more fair. It's like that's something that people really don't ever talk about because I mean, there's a number of different principles of equity that people bring up all the time, and there are 3 that everyone discusses, which are the idea of sameness, deservedness, and need. I'm not here to like lecture, but the point is, it really focuses on the sameness, the idea that everyone has a very similar chance of winning. That is one dimension of equity, but it's not the one fighting game players care about. And I think that's the important thing. I think fighting game players are really, really intent on that deservedness aspect, as is a lot of esports. And like you have a lot of competitive formats, and even like you go to like
story that people like to follow, you know?
Yeah, but like the thing is, even in even going to like professional sports and stuff, the reason people care about rules is to enforce this idea that it's fair because they deserve to win because of these rules, which then create a certain type of like set of skills that they like force you to engage with. And like I think the thing about infinites is that the people who are attending these events broadly don't think like have like broadly the consensus is that it's not deserved. And what this really means, I think, yeah.
You also bring up like a really good point on like the rules, especially because like if you look at like basketball will typically change the rules not to make things more fair, but to make things more exciting. That's why like if you look at like I believe recently they changed shooting rules to make it so that like you're required to shoot like more often or pass right away.
Yeah, they changed 3-point. They changed also. I think they edited something about 3-point rule. I think they were thinking of moving it back. I don't remember if they ever did that because it was too common and made it unexciting.
But it's like the thing is that like they make these changes not because like they want a fair experience, a fair competitive experience. It's because they want an exciting game. And like you can see that in other games like Super Smash Bros. Melee, like literally like a game that's created by the community. Literally, instead of like seeing rules made by their developers, they made their own rules and therefore what they want out of the game. And that's why in that community, if you play a style like campy, slow, methodical, they're going to hate on you because the entire rule base that they've made discourages that. Right? Yeah. So it's like when you look at Melty Blood, where the infinites get patched out, it's like, of course, that's the developer putting his foot down and saying, I don't want this. But the thing is that the consensus for the community of Melty Blood said, we don't want this. Right?
Yeah, because it's really important to recognize that like these infinites and stuff, it's not that they don't take no skill. It's just a different set of skills than the ones you care about.
Exactly.
Even extend this to like the set of like people who don't like HNK as a fighting game, which is like at highest level is very interesting. Like it has many of the elements of a fighting game that people really value, and there's a lot of very high level interactions in the same way that like Meta Knight mirrors in Brawl were some of the most intense neutral you'll ever play. But then beyond that, for a significant portion of the play experience, it's a glorified goddamn rhythm game, and you're bouncing a guy 4,000 times at the top of the screen, and like that's just not a skill people care about in the same way. Which is really interesting because the trend away from that, from some of those same elements, is like kind of mirrors or no, runs counter to this trend away from like games with super flashy combos, like the Blaze Blue Central or the Blaze Blue like Chrono Phantasm. I don't know if you've seen Chrono Phantasma combos. They're cracked. They're insane. They're crazy. And it's like and games have like anime games have been so like moving away from that dynamic, and you see this with the shift in terms of like Exert to Strive, where slightly shorter combos, 2 to less hits on average, even for like those high combo characters, and stuff like that, which is like interesting because as just like a oh damn, I had a really good. There's like a parallel. There's like a cross section there where you have these two trends that are both kind of on their way out for different reasons. I think.
I also think it's important to bring up like one thing that really annoys me about fighting game discussion, especially at like mid-level of play, where like players are starting to understand what they're supposed to be controlling and what they're supposed to be doing, is a lot of people will talk about this concept of quote unquote neutral skips. Right?
Oh yeah.
And like a big popular one was Uri and EX shoulder, because it's I believe
+2. It's like a +2. You can just do it like mid range.
Yeah, it's a +2 at any time at mid range. It's hard to react to if you're like close, and it's kind of, if you get hit by it, it's like a free knockdown, right?
It just and you just die.
The big thing that like a lot of like mid-level players don't understand is that even though he has this tool to quote unquote skip neutral, the thing is that redefines the definition of neutral in this situation, right? So it's like you need to be ready for the EX shoulder charge so then you can punish it, right? Or you need to be ready to be in those situations where he's going to be +2, right? Because that's neutral, right? So it's like
different set of skills that compose the neutral when you play against Urian, as opposed to like playing against other characters.
Exactly. And then this concept kind of applies to the infinites as well, where like if they weren't patched out, I could see, like, if it was more popular among the community, I could see a section of the community who likes to play with the infinites because they prefer looking for those win conditions. They prefer seeing that, oh, I'm at such and such amount of time, he could timer scam me, and then all of a sudden the neutral becomes dead silent and dead, like nobody wants to take a risk and get timer scammed, right? And thereby creating a quote unquote new game because they're playing it completely differently.
Yeah, and I like that example that you brought up, because it also kind of ties into the idea of like how much of this is a spectator sport, right? Is that interesting to watch? And as opposed to play, and then it's like then you have the whole question of designing your game for spectating and like as an esport, which is an entirely different concept that I don't really want to get tangent into right now.
One concept that I feel like we haven't brought up either is especially in the modern era, like how the devs patched out the infinites, the devs now have more of a say. Like in Strive especially, like a lot of things get patched, or Grand Blue Versus. Grand Blue Versus is a big example of a game that had exciting mechanics, and the devs decided, no, we're going to just take away that. And
moreover, the idea that like players had to deal with whatever game they were given is like existed for 20 years ish, and it's like the reason Melee has all these rule set changes is because they can't change. The developers can't change the game because it's physical. And like you even go back, and I mean this is why you have updates like slash reloads and all that stuff. You got Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus R, Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus R is to address some of those concerns and make the game more like their original intention. But it's kind of an interesting moment, be in a place where you can legitimately complain on Twitter, and then like maybe 2 weeks the thing you complained about is gone. And it's like literally no one's playing on that patch anymore, and you cannot go back. Which is crazy. Like I feel like that's a big historic moment, like across the genre.
What's even interesting is that most modern esports don't have this experience. Typically, they have the dev control experience, where like the devs decide what we're going to do. Right?
I mean, yeah.
But like, there's only one example that I can think of where that didn't happen, and that was StarCraft 1. And even recently, like I believe last year, there was a new Protoss tech that was found, where you can like warp your entire army into the enemy base using a glitch, and the community decided to run with it, right?
I think, yeah. I mean, one thing I wanted to bring up a few sentences ago that we kind of got sidetracked from when you said the like neutral is now defined by these aspects of the game, and it just fundamentally changes the game. I mean, one, the element of is this the game that people want to play, and sometimes the answer is no. And then two, this goes back to like definitional, like definitions of like what a game is and like what part of the game makes it the franchise. Also, Ren is saying they did patch out the flying SCV glitch.
It's a different thing. It's not using
Oh,
an SCV. It's for Protoss, and it's using a carrier, not a carrier, but their transport.
interesting. But yeah, because people have this idea of like, I say people have this idea, but they often bring up the idea of like, what is melty blood? What is one thing that came up a lot when I talk to people is what is Guilty Gear to them, right? And it's like oftentimes I'll like point at something and say that's not Guilty Gear, and like that's not the Guilty Gear I want to engage with. And without realizing, or maybe not without realizing, but like not wanting to acknowledge that is also input the idea of what constitutes Guilty Gear. That can be really disorienting for people. And going back to the idea of shielding as a mechanic, that could be a jarring moment where it's like, this isn't the melty blood that I wanted to play, that I fell in love with. But then you get into all of the psychology of, being a long-term fan and seeing things change, and then it's about and then it's about like narratives of aging, and then we gotta have Sigmund Freud on the phone, and I'm just like, I fucking want to shoot myself.
You can't keep getting away with it.
But like this also goes into the idea of like, do you think people's definition of what's fair can also coincide with their definition of what is X game? Like, the discussion of like, that's not Street Fighter. Like, you brought it up. Like, that's not Guilty Gear. Like, that can also equate to, like, I believe that's not fair.
It's funny because people will say that Yuri and EX Tackle in SF5 is like not Street Fighter. Then you'll go to like Street Fighter 3, and then Yuri's get like plus 14 off of his freaking charge, full screen, and he literally ignores your projectile when he does it. And then you get TOD'd because you pressed a light normal when we try to do it.
Well, the worst part is that you'll then say like, but that's Street Fighter, and then they'll say like, well, nobody likes Third Strike anyway, and it's like, oh.
Oh man, I mean, the thing to recognize though is that it's very likely all of this is like both of these people are true, right? It's like it's just that when they define Street Fighter personally, they're pointing at elements that aren't those, and they see those as extraneous and like compartmentalized away. So it's like, it's not like they're wrong. Like, it's really important to recognize that yes, Yuri and EX Tackle might not be Street Fighter to this person, but and might not be the game they want to play. And as is that moment where you get TOD'd because you pressed a medium normal at round start against there's this clip that a good friend of ours, Neil showed me of Yuri and literally killing someone round 2 because he did an EX move round start.
All right.
And the guy pressed the wrong normal. And it's like, yeah, that might not be Street Fighter to people. And I think it's like important to recognize that yeah.
One second.
This also brings up like a really good point with game design, actually, because if a developer can define what's fair for each character or what's fair for a game system, they can then look at the rules that they've established and say, hey, to make this character different, let's break this rule. Like the Urian EX Tackle, because now all of a sudden you've now defined your character by this move, and it clearly works because Urian is especially defined by EX Tackle, right?
Yeah.
And
now
you can look at other characters to do this. Like, for example, whenever I play against players and I play Bedman and they know that Bedman's low tier, they then tell me that like, oh, you don't make him low tier. Well, that's because I'm breaking his rules. I'm using his rules to break the game's rules, And
I mean, to kind of build on this discussion, though, it's very possible that like breaking that rule is not something people want to engage with, and this is where it gets like difficult, right? As a developer, because you have and especially when you have a set of entrenched players who really benefit from the way things are. I mean, humans in general are really good at optimizing systems over very long periods of time, right? We're also really good at learning new things that like in general across like, all organisms we know, but like people, especially if you want to make a career out of something, you would want it to remain stable. And so when all the very vocal, very visible people in your community value stasis, right? Because and like benefit from stasis, you get an interesting dynamic where many of these changes to make your game, be it artistic or do those things you're doing, run counter to the value that the players extract from it. And then you have these dual moments of my imagination of the game and my value from the game is diminished, and it's just this terrible moment for those people. And then those ideas, like, I think those ideas trickle down. That's like a separate conversation. But like, but like, seeing I don't know, I've seen people like quote opinions about characters at me from that are, I get like tweets word for word that other like top fighting game players have said about things. There's a person I know who, when Sonic Fox was learning Strive, he learned the character that they were playing that day. So he went from Zato. He went from what was it? He started with like Milia to Zato to Leo, and it was like, oh, interesting. and that was how he engaged with the game. So that's a bit of a long tangent, but I think it's like important to bring up that like the people, the taste makers in these communities value stasis from like a financial perspective, a personal perspective, and they want their experience to matter more than average, which is like its own whole set of like considerations, especially as an esport. Like there's a reason burnout is so high in this kind of field, right? Like there's a joke that if you're like over 20 and you aren't the highest rank in League of Legends, you shouldn't consider playing it competitively, which is kind of crazy. Like that, do you know how insane that is? Because like it's like you have 2 good years, and then it's like,
and then you're smoked.
Yeah,
you're like trash kid. Watch
and so if you
stuff
start
like
after 20,
that's
it's like too
slowly
late.
changing though. Like Bjergsen is back on the LCS this season. Doublelift's back on the LCS season. I think Wild Turtle's coming back this season too.
Really? That's crazy.
Yeah,
there are some edge cases of like older players doing better.
Or
it's
like there's Fear Dota, who's like literally 4 years old, and then there's Daigo.
There's a very famous League streamer right now who runs coaching. His name is Nice, and I've actually been watching some of his videos. I can say randomly is on the side. He's very entertaining and engaging to like listen to. I think he's a really good podcaster. He'd be a really good podcaster. But he is like 33, and he is like a challenger level player who coaches a lot of people. And that's like a kind of a similar thing. Yeah,
I've seen a lot of his content. He does like a lot of really interesting coaching stuff.
Yeah.
Like I watched him a lot when I was playing League, and it's kind of interesting.
Especially like the subject of a bit of controversy, but that's something neither here nor there. But that's not the point. But yeah.
I mean, if I could say anything about the whole like principles of equity and like fair play, I mean it is like a pretty deep subject. I think it does get muddied a lot by like, it's like social media in general, as like a lot of discourse does in fighting games.
I was actually going to bring this up. Social media is kind of defined by the fair play rules. Like if you look at like YouTube, especially, anytime a new character comes out, like I said, characters are designed to break specific rules. And what's every thumbnail whenever a character comes out?
Do the post. Do the face. Yeah, there we go.
like such and such is OP, right? And then it's the character, right?
Is controversy marketing?
and then typically they talk about like however that character breaks the rules, and then they talk about, is that fair? Is that unfair? So it's like you're definitely right that social media kind of like mires the conversation, but
especially when people who don't play the games talk about the games. Like, not to say that like, oh, if you've never, I have 50 hours in Multi-Blood, so your opinion doesn't matter if you have less than 5. Copium. No, but like genuinely, like if you don't, like, a lot of people, especially in the multi, and like I've seen this in like multiple different cases, right, where there will be people that express their opinion for what's fair in the game, like what they want to see for the game. For instance, with Infinites, it was a big thing, and it's like, yeah, like your opinion is valid, it makes sense, this is what you want, right, as someone who might have interacted in the game at some, but like, what's fair to like someone who's just spectating and like casually a part of the community, and someone who's like, putting their life on the line for that kind of thing, is very different, right? And a lot of things play a factor into that, but it's just more that like, yeah, like we just live in a different time now. I think that like fundamentally, it's just that like we live now in an era where like, okay, these things that people say, they do actually matter in terms of.
Just say it. We live in a society.
We do. Let me get the makeup off. I'll be right back. No. Comes back and it's just me, but I'm in a suit and I have a gun and there's a persona behind.
There we go. There we go.
But yeah, like honestly, I think it's a lot more now about parsing like what you hear on like Twitter and like other stuff, right? I would say R Kappa, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, it also kind of sucks that like I really think this is an important point to talk about all this. Controversy gets clicks, and that's like always been the case. That's going to be the case for a very long time. And Twitter does not care how you engage with the content. It just wants you to, right? Like,
yeah.
And so I mean, these algorithms, these people, when they design these systems, they do not want it to be enriching. They don't care. That's not like a thing that they care about that much. And so like we're always going. Like the most visible aspects of these changes, whenever change happens, the most visible aspects of like new things is going to be the most friction, where they have the most friction with friction. Part of this can be good, and there's a lot of really real value in activism and social justice that comes from this, because you're able to interact, like make more visible things that people don't see as much. But at the same time, it can also really muddy and mire is a great word. I love that you brought it up here. Mire that conversation of like what is valuable about this, like what is actually happening here, because it's establishing controversy is so much more valuable credential like from social media than like actually discussing it. It's kind of rough.
So what you're saying to me is Biken needs to be broken so we can all understand what fairness is. And then Strive can go viral, and then we'll.
I mean, if you want Strive to succeed, I'm no cap. Yes, make her the most busted character, and then make her really easy to play, so that everybody who sees her art on Twitter can immediately jump in and I really like Maximilian Dude's take on this. Which is like the only time I'll ever say this. But like, which isn't true. He's had a lot of good takes. But like, that was just yeah, he's had a lot of really good takes.
Max under the bus.
Yeah, true. I didn't mean to. That was a failed attempt at comedy. Don't crucify me. But yeah, no. He had a really good point that like, there's Biken is like the most popular character Guilty Gear has ever pumped out.
I mean, he's not the most popular. Like he's
really aesthetically.
Well, it's a little overblown. There's a lot of people who like speak about it, but like Soul Bad Guy, Slayer, and Potemkin.
Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, if we had like a contest on like what character has more Twitter art,
though, like if you're likely to if you've never played Guilty Gear, the character you're most likely to see at any outside of that context, outside of the context of trying to engage with Guilty Gear, I think is going to be Biken because of all the fan art and all the other things surrounding her. I mean, I could make a really, really bad joke here about browsing certain websites, but at the same time, the thing that's really interesting about Biken is she has this really cool aesthetic that everyone can vibe with. Samurai, one-armed, one eye patch, super, super, super angry. That's like a really cool thing to a lot of people. And then you go into game and play her, and she's some weird defensive, hyper what's the term? Hyper aware. You have to be really aware of your opponent's offense to succeed with her. Like a character with like with all these different situational options. Better playing back. I mean, you've air dash back to Tommy in Exord is like not an intuitive thing to care about as a new player, and like you have this really weird play style. And if she played like a Shoto, I think Guilty Gear would be so much more like there'd be a lot more people, or like her game plan was like more digestible, more obvious. There'd be a lot of people who might engage with the game more, and not say that that's something to be valued. It's just like a point. And so I think if you really want Guilty Gear Strive to succeed, you make her broken and you make her stupid simple. No, that is it's I don't even know. I don't think it's best for the game. But like it's if you want to get most people like the click-through rate. If you want the click-through rate to be high, that's what you do.
You know how we decide this?
How?
We look at the so let Biken drop and we wait a week and then we check Leffen's Twitter.
Oh, that's where it is. That's how you know. You don't check his Twitter. You check his replies. That's the
yeah. You make an edit of like the Yoshikage Kira, like he pops up and it's just like the Leffen Twitter reply, and it's not underneath fiction, it's underneath like I don't know, Shin or some other person that's like talking about Strive Biken, and he's just like boom. Bro,
Hit him with
trash.
it. Okay,
Well,
Donnie, did you want to say something? Yeah, sorry.
speaking of things succeeding, how about let's just talk about the flip side of that? Blaze Blue Dark War.
Yeah.
It's coming to an end at the end of January. Servers are shutting down, and which is kind of weird because again, Blaze Blue Central Fiction just got rolled back last month, and it's literally like what quadrupled the numbers of plays.
It's gone. I actually looked it up before this to be prepared. It quintupled the peak numbers. It went from its highest peak before this was like 1,200 players. The highest peak now is 4,800 players. So quadrupled, if not a bit higher. I say the highest peak was 1,200. It was actually more like 1,100. It was like 1,100, almost 1,000. So and then it jumped to 4,800. And obviously you don't know how many of those are returning players who've owned the game for a while. But it's like a big boon. It's like literally 4 to 5 times the like amount that they normally got. And
it's clear that Blaze Blue still pulls in the numbers if you update it, but Blaze Blue Dark War wasn't. So what was wrong with Blaze Blue Dark War? Are you guys familiar?
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar.
Yeah.
I don't either, but I talked to a few friends about this because there are some people who I knew in my life who were part of the anime club at my university, and they were into every gacha of the sudden. And that was the thing that they would do. Yeah, I know.
Did they have holes in their clothes?
So there was one person no. That was the joke that they would make, that they were degenerates. Some of them legitimately had more than one phone, so they could engage with more than one gacha at the same time. Like they would hold 2 phones and engage with 2 gachas or more. Yeah, I know it was like an addiction. The point I'm trying to say is that some of these people, the people here. The first time they ever mentioned Blaze Blue to me was in part of Dark War. They're like, oh, there's this gacha game that some YouTuber they follow was like talking about, and it's like I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. I'm like, are you familiar with the series? Like, nah, not really. Apparently the game is just not that good as from a gacha perspective. Like there are things that like gacha players value, and which is and that Blaze Blue or Dark War wasn't like selling them on. In addition, the numbers are like bad, not because they didn't get Blaze Blue fans to get the game, but because gacha is such a competitive environment. It made like $50,000 to $100,000, $60,000 last month, I think, which is very low. But like you could sustain a game
for gacha.
It's low, but it's incredibly low for gacha. If you could like, if you want me to be honest, I would imagine that ArcSys made less off of BBC rollback than that.
I definitely agree with that. Like the rollback stuff seems just like really good for like public like image
perception.
You know?
Yeah, it's marketing in some way, but the fact of the matter is like it didn't do well in terms of gachas, and gachas are such a competitive market, and you have to have a really really powerful IP. They even did a crossover with Genshin Impact that was supposed to like revitalize it, and it didn't at all. It just didn't help. It's weird. I hope the company doesn't see this as a reflection that people don't want a Blaze Blue game, because they've had now 2 semi-failures in Tag Battle and the Dark War. And I wouldn't
call Tag Battle a failure. It just feels like it was more so developed in it like as like an in-between game where it's like, how can we dish out a game to get more funding for our more bigger projects?
Oh, but what about like sales wise though?
Tag Battle.
I don't know.
It had 2 seasons of DLC. Like that's a semi-successul fighting game.
Yeah, I mean, fighting games are already small, and I think it's really important to recognize scale here. It's like always gonna be warped. Like you have like,
as much as I hate Blaze Blue Tag, okay, cross tag.
You hate BB Tag?
I don't care. I don't care what it's called. Okay, BB Tag. As much as I hate BB Tag, okay, I'll defend it on like, hey, it got 2 seasons of DLC. I feel like they succeeded in their design goals. You know.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing I was trying to say is I really hope they don't see the like critical admonishment of BB Tag and then the financial failure of Dark War, and they see it as like people don't want this IP. It's the other issue here is like something I'm kind of interested to hear your guys' opinions about. Is like, what scale does a fighting game need to be on these days to be valuable to make, right? Like if you're pitching this to like a fighting game to an investor, like, or to your company, like, what do you have to think about? like what's like the minimum like number of sales you would need to justify it, and like compared to other ventures, because like if you look in the mid 2000s, there's like fighting games coming out every 6 months, right? And it's like the number of people buying them were objectively less. Like it's just going to be less overall. And um, but like what's Guilty Gear Strive has like 500,000, like half a million, if not a bit more, sales over its lifetime so far, which is really really good. And there are rumors that it's like just breaking even. At least I don't know if you've heard about those. This is like unrelated.
No, I have not. But
Yeah.
I imagine with Strive, because they have servers and stuff, right? Like it's quite a bit of like a they have to pay a consistent cost to keep the game like.
I'm sorry.
up and
This is a
running.
bit of a segue from Dark War, if that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the problem actually with Dark War, is that, or like with a lot of like mobile games that kind of go under, because for like peer to peer, right? Like for like let's say BB rollback, right? Like if like we're okay, like let's say you're doing like, okay, these people have been working on a rollback project, let's implement it in the game, bam, okay, it's working, done. Like you don't have to think any more really about like how that works other than just patching it, and the people who are already working on it are going to do that and then get it like rolled out, right? No pun. But like with a mobile game or with like Strive, right? Like you're consistently having to pay, right? Like having to spend money as a company to try to keep this thing afloat, on top of like marketing and trying to keep it like in the public consciousness, right? Like especially with Strive, they tried, like I think they tried and kind of succeeded with marketing the game like to a much wider audience, right? And even then it's just going even. So something like BB, it's like, oh well, like BB Dark War, it's like, oh well, yes, like if it's not really doing too much for the company, then I don't see why they would keep it around, just because like it sucks. But if they have to keep putting money into keeping it alive and not really bringing them anything out of it, then like why would they spend development resources, right? Especially when like now, right? Like BB isn't even the most popular thing that Arxis does, right? Like they would make a lot more money doing maybe like I mean, I don't know if they licensed the game out. I'd imagine like the development might have been licensed out to other studios, but like if you're talking about like Arxis IPs, like Gacha with Guilty Gear characters would probably be like quite a bit more successful, just given how popular Guilty Gear is.
I mean, you make Bike and SSR super rare.
Yeah,
and then you've made your money back.
yeah. Get the swimsuit Biken and the Stoic Biken, and you're done.
We slap Biken on anything, like it just becomes gold.
Do you want me to be honest?
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I think the answer is yes. Not in terms. I think people would buy it. I'll put it that way. Do you know how many people would love to associate themselves with Guilty Gear via Biken? Like if you give them a T-shirt, like if the most.
Know how much me and Bounty would hate to associate ourselves.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, maybe this comes from from like personal experience. A real common anecdote that would come up when I would, for viewers, I hang on a lot in the Guilty Gear Xrd Revelator 2 Discord server, like the one that like has all the resources and everything. And I've been there for like the last year, and I've spent like legitimately a huge amount of time there in general. And a very common occurrence is someone jumping into the server and saying, "Hi, I'm new to Guilty Gear. I would like to play Biken. Does anyone know how to play her?" It like happened like more than once a week, especially in the lead up to Strive, like from February to June, when Xrd had the most players it has ever had. It was very very common for people to be interested in engaging with Xrd, not only because they want to play Strive, but because Biken was in the game. And like literally no other character was interesting to them. And then they would quickly realize that like she's not what they thought she was, and she's harder to play than she thinks. She's really hard. She's like she requires a lot of the skills that like Guilty Gear valorizes and other fighting games don't. You got to be really aware of like your conversions and like all this other stuff. And then they would stop hanging out and stuff like that. Or they would there's like one or two people who continued playing from like there's like I've played maybe 50 to 60 Biken players in Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 server, like Discord server. Maybe one or two of them still plays the game.
I feel like you guys both like bring up like an interesting concept in terms of like popularity for BlazBlue Dark War, because like you're right. You're both right that like Guilty Gear would have been more of a successful gacha game in terms of popularity. But the thing is that it's actually BlazBlue who has been known as like the casual game market. Like they make casual games
Yeah,
for their
yeah,
BlazBlue
Blaze
players.
babies. I laughed the first time I
Well,
heard that code.
The children doing Valkenheim combos.
Well,
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Look at these
that's not
babies.
exactly what I mean.
Oh,
I
sorry,
mean
sorry,
like
sorry.
I mean like back in you guys weren't around for this in terms of Guilty Gear, but
Yeah.
like back in the day, BlazBlue was actually insanely more popular than Guilty Gear. It's only in, like the past like 2 years that
Really? Who?
Guilty Gear has been more
Yeah.
popular, right? So
Yeah,
like,
yeah, your Steam chart. Like,
back in the day, there was the DS game, and I literally know like a ton of Guilty Gear players who play Guilty Gear nowadays because of that DS game. And then there's
The-
also the BlazBlue Rhythm game that came out. There's also like there's just so much more examples of like BlazBlue going out into casual content and deciding to make it and have it be successful. So maybe that's what they thought, right? They thought that like, hey, let's make this BlazBlue gotcha game because our game has appealed to casuals in past, so let's try again. But the thing is that like they struck way too late, like way too late, right? It was after BB Tag, and BB Tag
2020
was
when this.
yeah, it's 2020 also. Like BB Tag has already been out for like about 2 years, and that game isn't necessarily a BlazBlue game, it's a crossover game. And then you also like the last BlazBlue game was clear back in 2016, I believe. And so like your BlazBlue like casual community, they're looking at other things because that's what casuals do, right? You kind of like herd them into your game, and they didn't do that with the game.
Oh, wow.
Capture your casual market, and like the only people that are playing your game are like super diehard like BB fans. It's like, well,
It's weird.
They're just disappointed. They're already disappointed.
I mean, this is the perpetual that moment where you're like trying to capture a wider audience, but the people who play your game are really dedicated. Comes up in the history of fighting games, every iteration: Street Fighter 3 to 4, Street Fighter 4 to 5, BlazBlue in general. I love that clip of the guy walking up to the mic. So why are you making the game easier for casuals? And then the guy's like, we're trying to expand the audience. And he's like, y'all Blaze babies. And he like kept asking questions. Like, you got your answer, dude. But regardless. But like, yeah, and like that's a perpetual conversation because it's this weird moment where for games to survive, you need to have a large player base. But then the people who are doing well in them want it to be the way it is. I think it goes back to like stasis and how valuable that is to some people, but like it's deeper than that. It just comes up a lot. That is like perpetual. That's never gonna stop.
Also think people who like come in the scene like speaking more about like the Blaze Baby stuff. Like people who come in, like people who started playing with BlazBlue are gonna think of BlazBlue as like, holy shit, that game was like crazy, right?
Yeah.
Or like people who haven't ever played BlazBlue, like me playing BlazBlue, I'm like, oh yes, I value my hands. I'm not playing. Right? Like, you know, like that shit to us is hard, right? Or like maybe to me and Conway is hard, right? For people who like have never played BlazBlue before, or have never played fighting games before a point where BlazBlue existed, right? But to people at the time it was probably like, holy shit, this shit's like really crazy. Why can't I like throw us this, or why can't I do this thing way easier than other games? I mean, that guy that went up to the stage and was like, yeah, Arc System used to make difficult games, you know, like Guilty Gear and Hokuto no Ken. You know, those games were great. It's like,
were they?
I mean, it's
like,
pretty common consensus,
bro. But like, chill. Like,
it's pretty common consensus that like Plus R is like bordering on Kosoge, right? And it's like
border. I love this.
I mean, some people. I'm trying to be charitable here, okay? Like, you know, it's pretty common. I mean, like,
hey, graceful charity is banned. You can't use that card.
But yeah, the point is, and I mean, I guess it just comes down to what you're used to. And if your 2006 Togeki
This actually goes back to the fairness conversation. I don't know how we loop back to fairness.
Yeah, if your 2006 Togeki run was annihilated in the first one against the Shinra Corporation, you're done. Like you're gonna be like that's just your reality, and that's what you're used to. I don't know.
Thankfully, that didn't happen.
On the okay. Yeah.
No, later. We'll talk about that. So
Yeah,
that's
we'll talk about this movie
But,
again.
Talk
but,
about Blaze Blue.
so BlazBlue Dark War, are we going to miss it, guys?
I mean, I'm not a gotcha
I
player.
I
hope
ain't
that- I
gonna
hope
miss
they're-
it. Fuck gotcha.
I hope they're able. I hope for the people that loved it and cared about it that they're able to preserve some semblance of the game and like continue playing it if they want to. I particularly don't care about gacha, so it's like I have no stake in the matter. But yeah, for the people who enjoy playing it, I can imagine it would probably really suck to lose
Yeah.
whatever.
You know what game I'm gonna miss?
What?
Lord of the Rings Rise to War, the new
Oh,
mobile
right.
game released in September 2021. It's a Lord of the Rings gotcha game.
I'm a level with y'all. You guys won't even talk about this.
No.
It makes me sad to think about. I can't imagine. I'd probably
I just think it's so funny that you have this like very like predatory and it's all, like seen as like artistically void like medium of gotcha games where it's like you're selling JPEGs to teenagers, and then like somehow you commodify people's nostalgia so hard that like you got Gandalf in your PNG collection. Like there's something really uncanny about that. And like what would Tolkien think? What are you doing now? It's like, what is this? You know?
We're finally able to resurrect Tolkien. He like comes back. He's like, "What have you guys been doing with my IP?" And he like sees the document. And he's like,
Rise to War.
"I just should have." He'll end it himself. He's like, "I'm done." I
Off to the
I'm happy where I
Greyhavens
left off.
kids. See ya. You know. Oh man,
It's wild.
but
But-
dude,
Anyway, that's all of our fighting game topics for the
can I actually bring up a surprise fighting game topic that's very present right now?
Okay.
This is, I mentioned it because it's about Exerd Rev 2, but
this
right
be
now,
called, can this segment be called Conway off the record?
yeah,
Go
off
ahead.
the record. Yeah, this is Theo off the record.
Theo off
And
the record.
right now, Exerd, the biggest online Exerd tournament is happening. It's called Exerd Rev 2, Rev Tuesdays, run by Pat the Flip, and he has this tournament is a bit special because one player has won the tournament twice over the last 2 weeks, and so he put out bounties to get this player out of bracket, and they have the biggest number of signups like they've ever had. Like it's like 70, and yeah, and it's very interesting to me there's like a showmanship to it of like presenting this player as a villain. I think that's really interesting. I don't need to talk about it. I just wanted to bring it up because he's streaming right now for like 200 something people, which is like a record high for Exerd for a while. Like not even, I don't know if you knew this, but like the Evo event 2019 where they streamed the top 4 had a few thousand people, and that was the highest that Exerd got in a while. But this is the highest in the last like 8 months for Exerd. Interestingly enough, and then you have, with the exception of VTubers, unrelated. But yeah, that's happening literally right now, and it's kind of I don't think it's gonna be landmark for like the esports scene of Exerd, but it's like an interesting thing to talk about considering how present it is. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think Mori Kalioka is gonna save Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
No, but like, I mean, as someone who's participated in Path of Flip stuff, I think it's really cool. Like, honestly, there should be more people like that for every game, right? Like, there's a ton of games out there that are like very, very, very good that have like super like deep and competitive game mechanics, and then just nobody like partakes in it, right? Like nobody pushes it.
Tell me honestly, do you think Hochiko no Ken deserves the kind of love?
The thing is, listen though. Hokuto no Ken actually gets that kind of love. I was referring to like Million Arthur.
Yeah.
The actual best fighting game ever. But that's we'll talk about Million Arthur another day when it finally gets rolled back Copium.
Anyway,
Yeah.
So let's move on. That was all of our fighting game topics. We're probably going to talk a little bit of fighting games in a little bit, but now we're moving on to other topics. Remember, this is a fighting game / esports podcast. So now, last week, Valve randomly dropped this bombshell of an announcement for the Dota community. They decided that they are canceling the first Dota major of the year. And mind you, these Dota majors have huge prize pools, and most Dota organizations are like fighting game organizations where like they're not necessarily getting salaries, and most of their income comes from winning tournaments or streaming, right? So canceling the Dota major about like a month before the season ends, and then they just redistributed the prize pool so then they can run it again for the spring event, which should happen at the end of like June or something like that, or the start of June. Okay, so this has caused a huge bombshell for the entirety of like the DPC, which is their organization of play, because there are multiple teams who have flown to other locations to try and like meet up with the rest of their teams to play together. For example, a really big one is Quincy Crew, who went 5-0 this season. Incredible play from them. And they came to California. They spent Christmas alone because they were competing in the DPC, and now they won't be able to compete in the major that they qualified for because it's canceled. And this is a tier 2 team as well, so that means that they don't have like a big organization paying them salaries. So I don't know how y'all feel about that. It's
That's
kind of
a bummer.
messed up. Yeah,
that's a bummer.
Really bad. Like if you go onto Twitter, literally every single pro was upset about it because there's still about like 3 to 4 weeks of the winter season to be played. And literally, when they announced it, you could go onto a pro player stream, and they were literally considering giving subs for their Twitch stream an opportunity to play in the DPC because there's no point in playing because all the points is just getting redistributed anyway.
I mean, obviously, given the situation, I don't think there's like really a good way to handle it. Like, I mean, kind of either way you slice it, it's gonna be annoying and bad, right? Like, especially for people who like rely on that because it's like not a franchise league. Like, there's not really too much you can. I think like yeah, and I mean, from Valve's perspective, it's tough. From like the player's perspective, it's horrible, right? And I think it's just more of a. It's just one of those things that's just really difficult to kind of handle in the moment, especially because it's like more of a burgeoning thing, right? Like as much as we talk about like, you know, as much as people used to talk about esports being this like new kind of thing and like how nowadays it's a little bit more instated, it's still quite a new industry, especially like professional, right? Like super duper like, you know, like super organized professional ways of like handling situations like this just don't exist in sports where they might in like other sort of sports leagues, right? So it's really tough, especially for teams like that. Like they fly out to California, spend Christmas alone, grind their asses off just to like be able to qualify for like the biggest event of the year, and now they're like, "Fuck!" Like, what am I gonna do?
Well, it's not the biggest event of the year. It's just one of the biggest events of the year because
TI,
it's a major.
Yeah, TI is like the biggest event, and that's in the summer.
I was mistaken.
This also brings up that conversation because like there's a big debate in the community because they want the TI prize pool to be spread more around, so then tier 2 teams are getting fed, they're getting like paychecks more often and stuff like that. But with this major being canceled and that prize pool that was potentially there not being redistributed to anybody, it kind of like makes TI look even worse because you have, even though TI is celebrated every year, it's the biggest prize pool in all of esports, it's still a really toxic thing for the community because players can't get fed just by this single win that only 16 teams can get.
Yeah. That's a lot of good points to be brought up here.
It touches a lot more on like, it actually funnily enough touches a lot on the, we're talking about fair play and stuff. Like, I guess in a tournament setting, right? Like, if the end, like, you know, the result of me either being able to like put food on the table and like have a roof over my head. I mean, granted, maybe for some of these players it isn't that bad, right? Like maybe they're able to like have an organization or you know, like for various factors they might be okay, right? But like for some of them it might actually just be like if I can put food on my table, if I have a roof over my head, and if I don't, do I win or like do well enough at this like massive event with millions and millions of dollars of prize money to like qualify in the running.
Life-changing.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, and I think in some regard you could say, oh well, it's like a 5-man like roster plus coaches plus like, you know, whatever the team is, right? So like however many people that is. So yeah, like that money does tend to get spread, but like it's however many millions of dollars. Like it's not really gonna be a problem if you try to like spread it out a little bit. Like the tier 2 teams, people who don't do as well at TI, right? I think unanimously that's probably a thing. Like yeah, like this should probably be how it is. But it's Valve.
That's the biggest thing is that Valve, they don't have to care about this. Like literally, the amount of income that Dota makes for them is like this big compared to their total income because they own Steam. Like they literally don't have to care whatsoever.
I mean, I think the other thing to note is like I think it was the right choice. Then you should have just distributed the prize, but like the money. But at the same time, like you need to care for people's safety, right?
Well, that's the thing. They ran TI last year, and they followed all of COVID regulations and everything, and it was just fine. So it's like there's clearly a precedent that was set by the company, and they just failed everybody's expectations.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, stuff changes as well. Like, because, we were seeing like, at the time, it was kind of a dip for COVID times, especially because TI was around the summer, right? August-ish, right?
No, it was in the fall because they had.
It was in the fall.
It was like
Okay.
October.
All right. Like, now we're seeing record numbers for COVID and stuff. So, like, events that were planned, like, for stuff, like, I know for Yu-Gi-Oh! This is like a really big thing. All of the events that were planned in America, they were the only events planned in, like, my local area. So, like, big YCS level events, which people were grinding for and going to fly out for, canceled.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, and it's just because, like, yeah, that's stuff that happens. And especially, I can imagine if, like, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Event of that size is getting canceled, I can imagine something like TI or, like, a major, in this case.
Well, the counter argument for that is that, like, it's good that they're canceling the YCS stuff because those are more like you show up and you play in an open bracket. The thing is that these majors are, like, decided before the event starts. So you're only inviting, like, say 30 people, 50 people, and you can, like, test all of those people, like, every day, kind of like how the NBA does it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just like the dropping of the ball is just unfair when, like, all the logistics was there, and especially with how big Valve is. It's just the thing is that Dota is just not on Valve's radar, and they don't care enough. So
yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, we could probably have a discussion at some point on these podcasts about Valve.
You could dedicate an entire podcast to talking about Valve's history of the esports. Because it's like one of those topics you find like you're like it's like 9 p.m. on a Thursday and you're scrolling through your YouTube recommendations.
It's like a 45-minute video about
like a 4-hour video by some YouTuber who's been making video essays for the last decade. And it's like this is the history of Valve's esports, and it's like part 1 of 6. It's like it's such a dense topic considering there's so many genres of esports that they invented and propped up and invested so heavily in and created all these standards. This is something we're gonna talk about later, but like if you look at like Microsoft's esport history, it's minuscule compared to like Valve's, and all the things they do CS:GO did first, like everything.
The thing more that I was thinking of is just that right now, no. I mean, that is a big part of it. Like, Valve is a really, really big part of the esports industry and has been for many years. Like, they've set the precedent on so many different things. It's just that for a lot of games, right? Like, the meme is like TF2, right?
Yeah.
Waiting on that update, Valve. One day.
I mean, Dota's still... This also makes it even worse. Dota's even still waiting on an update.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even Dota now and CS are, like, way slower for updates than they were, like, even just a few years ago. And it's like, wait, what's happening? Like, why? Yeah, these are, like, your biggest IPs. Like, what are you doing? Right? And it's because, probably, right? Like, we can't, obviously, there's some people that have...
We don't see into the...
Yeah, you don't see what's going on inside the company. But we can kind of assume that their games are not what's making them the most... Right? Like, it's the most...
It's the store. It's the storefront that's making them money.
Yeah. Like, so... It kind of follows that, like, yeah, maybe they wouldn't have as much focus or desire at the company to work on those sorts of projects, right? And some of their newer stuff hasn't done as well, right? Like, as, like, their legacy products, right? Like,
Alex.
Like, the biggest thing I can think of is Artifact.
Yeah, Artifact failed. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Half-Life Alyx as well. Though Half-Life Alyx did quite well from what I remember.
It did well, but the thing is that it was marketed to a niche market, which is the VR market. So it's like
their desire is to work on projects that are like new and innovative, right? From a lot of the stuff that
because they have the money. So it's like working on Dota 2 that has been out for like 10 years is just not in the cards for them.
Yeah, and same thing with TF and same thing with CS. It's just like they seem to have some sort of interest in it, or at least some people at the company probably care, right? And they probably do work on it in some capacity. It's just not in the capacity that the massive IPs that they are like deserve, right? Like Dota is like monetarily, it's like the biggest name in esports, right? Like if you're just assigning it a dollar value, it's like the biggest name in esports.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, for like a tournament.
If there was like a Hokage mountain, Valve is on the Hokage mountain.
Yeah. That's a good analogy. Not a fan of the Naruto analogy, but it works. Artifact failed hard. Yeah, it's very true. Imagine a Valve multiverse. It's like a platform fighter, and you get to play as like Gordon Freeman.
I low key. Everybody put on your tinfoil hats right now.
I'm doing it. That's such a good point, Leo.
Valve has dipped their toes into every single like big esport, right? They have a MOBA.
No.
They have a shooter. They attempted a card game. Okay.
When's
the fighting game, Valve? That's all you need. You know, they're collecting the Infinity Gauntlet. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna perform that gravity gun mix, dude, and then I'm gonna tag in my Portal guys.
Portal mix would be disgusting.
That would be disgusting. Yeah. Oh my god.
It's like a.
I like to imagine you have to get like an engineering degree to actually know like the velocity of your mix.
Yeah. Or like.
engineers like a technical character. You have to build up the sentries, and they can like kill them right with projectiles.
Yeah.
But you just have to like start them up. It's
oh my god. Who else would be in that fighting game? Soldier, Scout.
Like you have like
oh my gosh, you got TF2 people.
Characters.
You got like Juggernaut. You got Juggernaut from Dota. Who's like the big faces of Dota? Juggernaut, Wind Ranger,
Dragon Knight,
Dragon Knight,
Mirana,
and then you have like some weirdo pick, right? You got like Sand King in there. I would play Sand King in a fighting game. Jesus, imagine you just like imagine if you had a special move that was just made the screen a sandstorm and no one could see. I'd play that game. Channel for 2 seconds in FE Center. Let's go.
Imagine like they start putting pro players in the game too. It's like you can just play a simple.
Yeah, there we go.
And it's just simple and like a CT mask, and like an outfit.
Honestly, does Simple have like a random chance to miss his deagle shot when he's about to win a round?
Oh my god!
Yeah. His super throws an op over a wall and then it like flicks you.
A thing that I don't think has on this subject though, a thing that I don't think has been explored really well is like a celebrity game, like a game that just builds off of like pre-existing celebrity.
Are you talking about the NFT fighting game?
No, stop.
Yeah, the NFT fighting game. There we go.
That's not what he was talking about, Bryce. Stop it.
No, but like imagine
cut the cameras.
Imagine if you had a video game and like the draw of the video game is that you get to play as like Ludwig Ogren or like.
I feel like there's some like Smash micro celebrity who's already coming up with the idea.
Yeah. And it's like literally Leffen and Hungry Box are playable characters. And it's like who do you main? Oh yeah, no, I play as Pokemon. Like that's my character. And like and it's like I can see it. You spend like half as much money as you would on a serious fighting game, and then because the only draw of it is the thing you focus on is marketing. And you can make bang. Like I think you can really make bang. Like people have already had real success with putting like for the Keanu Reeves in a video game, but also actors and celebrities in projects. Like, but what if they were the center? And I feel like that's the next big wave. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. I'm not looking forward to it.
Chris from Marvel 3. Like, imagine it's like Pokemon throwing the zombies, but it's all just tier 3 subs.
Oh my god,
that shit would be godlike. I'd actually play that character. She's like a necromancer, but like the undead are just like the stream chat summoning it. That shit would be godlike. Oh my god, I'd actually OD.
And then what you have is you have some type of like Twitter contest to get like a no-name streamer in the game. Anyways, continue. Thank you for coming.
Anyway, we're gonna make like Sand King and disappear in a sandstorm, and
Yep.
let's move on to the next topic. Zeri release in League of Legends.
Yes.
Now this is gonna be really interesting, because Zeri and Neon came out like really near the same time.
Neon being the Valorant agent of the same aesthetic. That's very.
Yes, same exact aesthetic. So let's just slowly go through the abilities. I don't know what she does. I just know she goes fast.
I can talk about both of them if you
call me the Resident Evil.
I have the page up right now. So
for sure.
I'm just gonna read off what the passive is. Okay, basic attacks. Zeri zaps her target, becoming a non-projectile and applying spell effects as spell damage. So Zeri's basic attacks cannot critically strike on hit and on attack effects. So while not at full charge, Zeri's attacks consume 10 charge to deal 15 to 40 base AP. And then against enemies below 35% health, it's increased to 300%, so she can execute people. And then she can still use it while undercharged. And then at full charge, Zeri's next attack will consume all charge, and it does an attack based on 80% of your AP, plus their current health as magic damage, and then it also slows. So how do we feel about that passive? I mean, that's like, I feel like I just read 4 champions.
That was just a passive?
Yeah, that was just a passive.
The intention, it's like...
I'm assuming the intention here is that, like, it's supposed to make you feel like you're amping up. You know? Like, you're amping up, you're slowly getting there, and then you go, boom, zap.
I like to liken the changes in the way that, like, League has presented champions to, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! This is like a comment. This is something that came to me a few days ago when a friend of mine was explaining to me a Yu-Gi-Oh! A Blackwing deck combo. And a lot of them are designed, League of Legends champions have kind of moved away from the designing for, like, ability readability and towards to designing for ability intuitiveness in use. And that passive, you could reduce that to, like, 1 sentence if you wanted, and it would be like, but it wouldn't be as, like, intuitive to use. It might not be as intuitive to use, or as, like, potentially healthy for the game over, like, a long period of time. I'm not being an apologist here, because I do think League of Legends champions are, like, pretty overloaded nowadays. I've recently come back to the game after, like, a few years long break after I played it for, like, 5 years. And it's kind of crazy how many, like, words and small minor abilities these number of champions like the new stuff that they release has. But a lot of it is a lot more intuitive and like meant to be hidden. But they put it there, so if you want to understand how it works, it's there.
So
basically,
how do you feel about this passive then?
I mean, I think it's like I think it's, like, fine. All it does is say basically you don't use your auto attacks as auto attacks, and if you but once you've used all of the things that you use your resources on, you can use it to execute people, or, like, reliably. And that you also build a bit of AP Lamau, or you can be
clearly 80% AP for a nuke, like, and it's execution damage. Like, you're just gonna delete someone at half HP.
Probably. I doubt it. AP is, like, you don't stack it as much as you used to. I don't know, like, it's really hard to get to, like, a 1000 AP mark where that would matter. And especially because of the rest of her abilities and kit, you're building AD primarily. Her whole thing, that the thing that's important about the passive is it establishes the static bar, and you build that by running. And so the gameplay is all about continually moving, a kind of kinetic speed.
Oh, I did
which is
read
really
that part.
Yeah. Which is about which is very similar to Neon, and you'll see this when you talk about Neon. Her whole thing is that she can move really fast, really consistently, like a no cooldown sprint. I think is the thing that they keep talking about with her. And it basically, the point is that, like, Zeri is meant to be, you're supposed to continually move around. Now, the thing that's concerning, and why a lot of, like, people who are willing to kind of over speculate, LS, have said why this might be a problem, is because the game already incentivizes that in other ways. Giving people reward for things that are already good is, like, a really good recipe for just, like, making something broken. Though I don't think that they, I don't know. that's my thoughts on it. It's so much word soup. It's
So you just feel
yeah.
like so you feel like when they designed this passive, they were just like, let's just make it the interactions fun, less so than like balanced.
Yeah, if I had to, or let's work towards that core gameplay. Let's ignore how wordy it is, how complex it is. Let's just make it fun to use. And intuitive with the other themes we're kind of pushing. I feel like this is Viego's problem too. They're like really trying to tie it to that theme, and then so they make it really, really, really hard to decipher. And then you play it, and it's like a bit more reasonable. It's still unreasonable, but like it like makes more sense in use. And a lot of the things you're not supposed to like interact with very often, and like really, really worry about. I say interact with very often. Like every pro player in the game is going to interact with. Kind of like a weird thing for me to say that. I think it's like actually unfair. I think to be like, oh yeah, no, you're not going to interact with it. But like the casual player when they play Zeri, I don't think that they're going to look at that and like they're not going to see it like read that and be like 3,300% off 35%. They're not going to think about it. They're just going to they're going to use their auto attack and it's going to feel good, right?
Yeah. I was literally just thinking that like it's going to sound like say you're playing her jungle. It sounds like you come out of the jungle and you hit another person and you're just like, ooh, that feels good. That's all they're gonna think about. Yeah.
And that's like the gameplay, and that's the kind of gameplay loop they want to engender. But yeah.
But how do you feel about it, Doppio?
Like passive or just character?
Passive.
Honestly, yeah. Like I could, because I'm looking through her abilities as well. Like it seems really interesting. Like as far as league design stuff goes, I've kind of had this like I kind of get where Conway is talking about, where it's kind of similar to Yuga. By the way, I wonder who showed you that incredible detail.
Yeah, it was a pretty sick Blackwing combo.
Fabulous,
honestly. Blackwing. Yeah, didn't kill him immediately. Right. Oh, kind of.
I wonder who came up with that.
Kind of trash.
Yeah, that man probably looks like Hassan Abi.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway,
Andrew Garfield as well.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of things.
I wish. Anyway, no, but yeah, like I think the game has gotten to the point where it's a lot more about like this thing. It seems really wordy and it seems really big, and there's a lot of like super complex stuff attached to it in wording, right? But like intuitively, it fits a role and it works and it does its job, and like as a cohesive hit, it like makes sense, right? So I think like looking at abilities in specific, like yeah, I could say, oh, well, her passive seems really interesting, right? Like she doesn't have normal auto attacks and it functions really differently, and it's probably really weird to wrap your head around. But then when you look at the kit intuitively, it's like, okay, you could probably play like 2 or 3 games on this, and it makes sense what you kind of want to do, right? At like a base level. And then what's even better is that the way that League designs champions, you can build that over time. Like you can sort of like, pick a character, say, okay, this character's cool, some of the basic stuff, and then be like, okay, how do I improve? And then you can add to it and build upon your knowledge and your understanding of the character. That's what I think League does a really good job with nowadays. It's just more like, yeah, like a lot of legacy players do feel like a little bit overloaded, especially with
it's also worth noting, I think you read the burst fire, the Q passive, and not the base passive. Because I believe it has something to do with shielding. Because she interacts with shields and has this weird gameplay loop where you move and then attack into the shield, and then the shield gives you a movement speed.
Did you want to read off what the shield does then?
I don't remember. I don't. I'm
not. I have it right here.
Okay.
I just.
Yeah. So Zeri gains burst movement speed whenever she receives a shield. When she damages an enemy shield, she absorbs its energy. So as she just steals shields, and then if she gets shielded, she gets to move faster.
Yeah. This is an interesting thing to me. This is something that I kind of want to. This is like a weird note, as I've been playing a lot of Dota, and there's like a specific types of interactions in Dota that are really specific, and it kind of lends itself to this big fantasy of the game that we'll talk about later. But at the same time, I think this is kind of like a Dota thing, where you like interact specifically with a shield, right? And like if you're playing against a team that doesn't have shields, you're shot out of luck. You're not going to get anything from your opponent. Literally, I think she has like one other ability that gives her a shield, or maybe, and that's her ultimate. And maybe not. So the point is, like, if you don't have a champion on your team that gives you a shield, or if there's enemy champions on the team that have shields, you don't get to access this that much. Or you would need some type of item to enable it, and that's like a
bloodthirster.
Real, like, oh, let's go, you get it, and like, but like, it's a really interesting like design choice, I think, and I feel like up until this point, or like there's another champion that came out recently, a few months ago, or a year ago, I think at this point, called Rel, that interacts with shields too. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of interesting that they're taking the play elements and kind of moving them around in ways that kind of feel Dota-esque because of their specificity and stuff. And like, it feels like more she has a role, like team comp as opposed to as an ADC. That's her primary role, I believe.
Like it feels like she's like most of the time with League of Legends champs, they like specifically design them so that they're like consistently self-sustaining. So then,
self-sustaining.
So then, like their itemization isn't necessarily ruined or hindered because typically
Even
items,
like,
items
Sorry.
in League are typically like more so additive to a character's kit than filling in gaps, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's weird that you have a character where it's like, yeah, we don't have an item that makes so that she can be self-sustaining. You just have to have a team comp. It just makes her more like a tool than a self character.
Building off what you said though about like characters being self-sustaining across roles, this is the thing I feel like people don't understand. Like people can see, but they don't really note. But like across roles, characters are fairly horizontally similar. And oftentimes, what makes a character the best in their role is not the tools they bring, but the like the their efficacy relative to their other people who would potentially other characters that would fulfill other champions that would fulfill that role. So the idea of having most tools in League are not specific is like something to recognize. Maokai Ultimate that summons all these trees doesn't interact with fire or like doesn't interact with the opponent's like interact with things at all. It's just there. And so if Maokai, if you can't justify taking Maokai for their CC numerically, you just play a different top laner who you can. And like, that's kind of been the history of League, is this kind of like best of a set as opposed to this specific strategy is the best. Because because Riot, I know you brought this up in private conversations, Bounty. I think you're really knowledgeable about this, but the Riot Games has kind of pushed the gameplay of League, funneled it toward a more specific kind of game, and they've kind of not let it breathe as a like highly interactable environment like Dota, right, where it's like and because of that, you get these moments where it's like that are very like not very much like Zeri, where they're like where it's just like the best ADC is the one that does the most damage, and not because of anything like related to their like specific
Their
toolset.
It's numeric.
Yeah. It's just numeric. And it could be that like, oh yeah, using Varus Q is really strong right now, and so they change the number, and then you no longer play him. Like, and it's like that's it. That's the difference. And it's like it's or like there's some interaction that creates those high, like low variance, high efficacy situations in League, and that's kind of what people tend to with very high level.
So you're saying that like this is just like a big anomaly in terms of the design for the game.
I don't think the rest of her kit is. I think this passive is.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the rest is pretty standard.
So
pretty
then let's talk about the Q then. How do you feel about the Q? Did you want to read it off again, Doppio?
For sure. Also, my camera is like glitching out, so give it like a second. It'll be back.
Okay.
No worries. You look wonderful. You look wonderful.
I know. Look at that pose. Ooh, what is he thinking about?
Stanced up. What is that book in the back?
What is going on with that mod?
Look at him.
But yeah, her W is basically just a Jinx W. I feel like it's just a Jinx W on crack. It's
what's her Q ability?
Or her Q ability. Oh, the one that you read over, Bryce, or
there's a passive and active
fire.
ability.
I actually read things a little incorrectly.
Oh, for sure.
No worries.
Zeri's basic attack deals magic scales with AP and treated as an ability. Moving
No, the burst fire.
Oh, the active part of it.
The active, yeah.
Oh, burst fire shoots a burst of 7 rounds that deal physical damage to the first. Burst fire scales with AD and is treated like an attack. The first round applying on-hit effects. Cooldown matches Zeri's basic attack.
This is like that. This replaces her auto attack basically. The simplest way to think about Zeri is her auto attack is like an ability, and then her Q is her auto attack. And this switches up gameplay in the same way that like Ezreal switches up gameplay, and like is like really that's like that's like what's really reminiscent or really reminiscent here, but like it's I feel like it's kind of an interesting way. Ezreal is really popular because of this mechanic like this that take away a lot of the difficulty of engaging with a champion by front loading things into a more digestible system. Firing
It,
Ezreal Q
it,
is more obvious. You know?
it really reminds me of Jin. How like they
Yeah,
reworked how he interacts with inherently attacking things, thereby
yeah,
making like decision making like clearly detailed for you. Right? This is like
yeah.
the systems that you're going to interact with. Like
That's a
every
really
Jin,
good point.
like one of the most basic Jin player things that you do in lane is that you do 3 shots and then you try to hit the enemy laner with your fourth.
Yeah.
And it's so basic, but it's so strong, and it makes the gameplay like super easy to understand and super easy to work with. So I'm guessing that's like the same goal here for this.
I think
I think that's a really really good take. Jin is one of the most popular ADCs they've ever made, but he's also one of the most immediately understandable and decipherable ADCs for newer players because you don't have to worry about kiting in the same way. You don't have to
Mm-hmm.
think about am I like when I trade is hard because you've moved all those like really complex elements and like in some ways
Reduce
reduce
them.
them. Yeah, I feel like it's like just shifted them.
Well,
From other,
it's like
yeah.
what we had a conversation with Doppio where Doppio was
Mm,
trying to learn Melty Blood, and he was asking me for fighting game advice, and he was like, "How do I approach learning?" And I told him like
yeah,
straight up, just make it simpler for yourself.
Yeah.
And it's the developers literally just did that with Jin's kit, and it's clear that they're trying to do that here with
I think it's cool.
Zeri's kit.
The thing
Yeah.
that's interesting about this though is it doesn't completely remove a lot of those elements that Jin ignores. Sorry, I'll let you finish. I know
Well,
I cut you
well,
off.
I also think like this also helps with the game design of the character as well, because like if the character's design is to go fast because she goes faster depending on how much more charge she
Yeah,
has, right? I feel like it helps in those regards because if you're making really fast decisions, it helps to make the decisions easy to understand.
yeah, yeah, yep. So you're making you can more easily. That's a really good point too. I like that a lot. That's like a really nice like it just it lines up in my brain very nicely when you say it like that. But yeah, the thing that's really interesting about this for me too though is it doesn't take away some of the elements some characters like Jin take away. People talk about kiting a lot in League. It's like a really really important mechanic that all ADCs are referenced against, and doing it poorly is like decreases your value so significantly that it's like immeasurable. Like if you're 10% better than your laner at kiting, you're like incredible your enemy laner. It's like such a big difference. And it doesn't remove that. You still have where you burst fire, walk away, burst fire. It's just more obvious the kind of interaction the same way that Ezreal is, right? Have you ever seen like an Ezreal, like especially a low level Ezreal? They'll like Q them, walk away, and then turn around to like Q them again. It's like an almost like a I don't like this term because it feels kind of judgmental and but like it's like almost like training wheels. And I'd be interested. I
It's a
haven't played.
crutch.
I don't know if I'd call it a crutch. I mean, kind of, but like it's also teaching you like kiting is valuable. Here's a very simple way to do it effectively, to be rewarded for that gameplay loop, and then start thinking about incorporating it more deeply, kind of thing. And they don't, and Jin doesn't have that in the same way, and that you still kite, but it's like uh even more obvious when you need to be doing what.
So
And
do you feel like this Q literally is like I'm going to this is going to really help you with like those 80 carry fundamentals and really push you to like learn those specifics.
I think it will because she's so rewarded for moving around that like it's really you get this really positive gameplay loop of reward when you shoot somebody, move a tiny bit, and then come back shooting. Um, and and especially because it's so obvious. Auto attacks in League, like especially to newer players, I remember like for the first 2 months I played, it was really hard for me to like see not hard for me to see the value in them, but like I was like 17 at the time. It was stupid, but I was at the same time. It's like it feels not meaning like they like there's so much more to take in about the game that like auto attacking efficiently is like not a value that seems obviously important all the time, but it's like one of the most important things, right? So it's like yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
it's also interesting to talk about for Zeri because like she's in the 80 carry role if you want.
Yeah.
She can also be played jungle as well. But
Oh,
like
nice.
she's in the AD carry role most of the time, so it's like teaching those specific fundamentals of like, hey, your
Mhm.
auto attacks are important. Is like just like Jin, like I said, you got 4
Yeah.
bullets, so it's teaching you the importance of your auto attacks. So it's really interesting to approach it from that angle. But anyway, let's move
Um,
on to the W.
Not to derail, but I think I finally got this thing set up again.
hey, let's
Wait, oh.
go. Awesome.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, her W. I actually pulled it up. If you don't mind me, I can read it while.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
cool. Yeah.
Take it
Awesome.
away.
Ultra shock laser. Zeri fires an electric pulse that slows and damages the first enemy hit. The pulse hits a wall. It fires a long range laser from the point of impact. The numbers on this are a bit more tame than Jinx W, which is why it is. Um, it's meant to be herself heal, which is a thing that
Mhm.
all ADCs need to have to be meta. They started incorporating this in like season 3. They realized we're releasing Zed. Okay, there's an article that I think August wrote, who was a champion designer many years ago when he was first starting. He's like, why ADCs need self-peel? And it's like, we have Zed in the game. If we want that to be balanced at all, we need to give them some way to interact with them.
Yeah.
It's like, and yeah, this is that's like a thing. The part, yeah, it's pretty standard. Like, I feel like this is her safest ability. Like, it's like
Well,
not.
one of the most interesting parts about this that I feel like is not standard, which I don't think you fully read, is the part where it gives sight as well.
Oh, I did not realize it gave sight. Didn't.
Yeah,
I'm
it
reading
says
the
for
truncated version.
it says for 1.75 seconds.
Oh, that's really interesting. 1 second. Let me actually pull up a more detailed the more detailed version. Yeah, there we go.
Which
Transforms, slows sight for 1.75 seconds, fires after 0.7. Nice.
Which is
Nice.
really interesting because like I don't know why they don't include that, because I feel like that's really important, especially as a AD carry. Like, you just check a sight line of some kind that you're scared of,
Big
and then continue farming. You know,
That's such a Valorant concept, though. That's such a Valorant thing to do. Like,
Peeking shadows?
I'm
Yo,
like, you know,
one showers.
One showers?
one shower. For
Bro,
those
there's
of you
literally
who
5
might
showers. Why are you trolling?
Yeah, there we go. This is a YouTube clip of somebody saying 1 showers and then they walk in and it's 5
Neon like
showers.
slides in. And there's like 5
that's
guys.
great. Yeah, but I think it's I don't I do believe it doesn't affect people who are, so it grants them sight, but it's not true sight. So I'm curious if it doesn't affect stealth people. That's just I'll have to test that interaction. I'm kind of curious.
That's
Yeah,
But yeah, I'd really like, for MOBAs, I think the thing to recognize as well, like, this is really interesting because it also teaches you really well like how to value sight, because you can interact with that system so easily, right? You can be like, okay, I don't know where my team is.
I don't want to say it's necessarily teaching you, because we had to search for that detail. You know. So it's not going to be something that people will notice unless
Maybe
they
like
see
intermediate
somebody
players,
else, or they might they might notice like
like
when
a
they
silver
try it
player.
out in game. Yeah.
Like I can imagine I can imagine like a silver player getting a lot of like learning, like teaching value from that, right? But like, you'd have to already have a good base of like understanding that these interactions matter a lot. Those like niche ones.
But I also, one thing that I really like about this ability, even though this is like arguably like the quote unquote weakest ability that she has, I really like it a lot because it really adds to the fantasy of running people down. Because I can imagine that Zeri will like push into you, and then she shoots her W right next to you, walks forward ahead of you, and just keeps shooting at you. Right? I play Juggernaut in Dota 2, and literally on Juggernaut, all I do is that I run at you, and then I'm going to kill you when I get to you. So like, I'm legitimately reading this kit. I'm getting regret because I recently bought the Devil May Cry AD carry in League of Legends.
Samira.
Yeah, I'm getting regret because I feel like my playstyle would be more at home with this character, because I'm literally just going to run people down, and it's going to be funny.
That's I think her E also adds that fantasy.
Let's talk about the E then.
Yeah. Do you want to describe it? I mean, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
Me? You want me to describe it?
Yeah, go for it, dude.
Sure. Zeri dashes to the target direction afterwards. She energizes her next 3 casts of burst fire within 6 seconds, causing them to pierce through enemies, though dealing reduced damage after the first and not applying attack effects to secondary targets. This damage is affected by critical strike modifiers. Zeri will dash farther across terrain if Spark Surge was cast within 50 units of any, Spark Surge being E, being the ability, gaining a unobstructed vision of the surrounding 800 uses and revealing herself while there are any enemy champions within 800 units of her. Spark Surge's cooldown is reduced by 1.5 seconds for every champion Zeri hits with charged basic attacks, basic or abilities. Spark Surge resets Zeri's basic attack timer and burst fire cooldown. Zeri can cast Ultra Shock Laser and Lightning Crash while dashing. Basically, it's allowed you to move through walls. You move very fast. You can use it to do a short dash or go through walls. So it's like this dual utility that even Lucian would be jealous of. The range is pretty big for like big is the wrong word. It's substantial for a dash.
I've seen it, you know, like the little elbow in bottom lane, and it it just jumps all the way through that, and that only like few characters in League can get all the way through that, so it's pretty
it's nice. It's really nice. Though, and then the big thing here is the cooldown. It's starts at 23 and then reduces to 17. That's as a mobile player, that's like the first limiting factor I see into this. It's like, yeah, this is something you like recognize they've used and you know, force an engagement after. But
I feel like cast time for this spell.
Cast time, it's probably instant. None. There's literally 0.
No. Like when you're moving, right? So you get
it's none. There's none. It would just happen immediately.
So how long does that last though? Because it's like, what's the uptime like for this ability? Because I feel like at higher levels it's going to be like pretty interesting.
So a thing to recognize about in League of Legends is when you use an ability, until the ability ends, the cooldown does not start.
Oh, okay.
So if you dash through a big structure, the 23 seconds will start at the after when you land.
I didn't know that because in Dota,
in Dota's not
it goes off.
Yeah. So Sand King player stands in Sandstorm for 35 seconds. Kind of vibes, you know. but yeah. That's the it won't start till she lands. I think this kind of lends itself to that moment of like gameplay loop of dashing around and moving. That's constant speed.
Again, I'm getting jealous again because that's literally my favorite thing in MOBAs is that I'm running you down and you are going to die. So it's like again, I'm getting like disappointment because I bought Samira recently.
On the subject of getting fast, her ultimate is all about that. You don't mind me explaining it really quickly?
May I actually read it?
Yeah, go for it.
So Zeri discharges a Nova of electricity, damaging nearby enemies and overcharges herself for moderate duration.
What a terrible
overcharge Zeri gains increased damage, attack speed, and movement.
Why did we give him this right?
Oh my god.
Enemy champions rushes the overcharge duration and adds another stack of movement speed. While overcharged, burst fire's damage concentrates into a faster triple shot that chains lightning. So, the first thing I thought about, but also, it kind of feels like, because there isn't really an ability like this in League. The only thing I can think of is something very similar to Risk of Rain 2's Ukulele. Because, there isn't really, because if you think of, like, Chain Lightning, right? Like, you don't really think of, like, there's not too many things in League that you can think of. There might be some abilities coming. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That like do chain damage? I mean, Volibear is all about that.
Oh well, yeah, he does fire like chain lightning passive. But like in terms of like on hit, like you know, like you're in a team fight and you're trying to like, you know, do a ton of damage. Volibear is like, you know, he has to be in melee range to do that. They changed that.
Twitch is the comparison, right? Because she has a very similar E. Her Spark Surge like damage through is obvious. There's some Varus vibes here in terms of the AoE portion of this, and then it providing relative movement speed. If you think about CC as relative movement speed, you can either gain it by slowing the enemy or getting it yourself. And Varus's ultimate does slows the enemy instead of gives it himself. It has that kind of AoE feel, though it's not around her. I mean, this is to create that moment where you jump into the middle of 5 people, hit them with the ultimate, and then run out, right? And then try to run out. They're like, it's kind of like intentionally exciting because it's limited by the fact of like you want to be near people, which is already a thing ADCs don't want to do. So it's really, I'm kind of curious to see how the meta around Zeri develops. I'm sure she'll be functional.
I actually wanted to talk about this next because I want to bring up like something interesting that I think about it. Because like in terms of the meta, I don't think this character is going to be like like super meta defining, but I think she's definitely going to be like super viable, not because of her damage or inherently her passive, but I think it's because of her W, because of how
Yeah,
it gives
I was gonna
strength.
say that.
Because
Yep.
like what pro players love the
Same.
most, especially League of Legends pro players, is taking away the risk out of every situation. So if they can just like be like, hey, I don't know where they are, or like, hey, I want to check this brush, boom, easy W. If they're there, you
There are
burn them down. You know.
there's a lot of characters that can do that already, but I feel like the thing that's so valuable about the Ultra Shock Laser is the fact you can also follow up on whatever you see with E,
Exactly.
which is not something most ADCs have agency over. And movement speed in our league is already a very broken thing. I can go into the details, but I think something that differentiates League from Dota is that the way you interact with projectiles, strong abilities in League, is you don't. You ignore them. You find some way to be in a situation where they don't matter, which is to say you either dodge them, you're not around the champion, you literally don't interact with them. In Dota, you find some counter. You find some counter. You disable the person who's auto attacking you. You will scepter the person who's setting up the black hole. And like these point and click abilities are then interacted with items. In League, you don't do that. And the part and movement speed is such a central part of engaging with that system that making a character that can like very consistently have lots of it is like obviously problematic. And like I don't know if you were following League in 2016, like 2016, 2013 when Lucian was released.
Yes, I that was when I watched the most League.
Yeah. Well, do you remember the conversation around Lucian with his relative to his E? 'Cause that was like a new thing to be able to have access to. It was like there are champions.
I remember at the time when like so junglers would like not want to gank Lucian because like
Yes.
they just because at the time most junglers were big, tanky, and slow. So it's like for that
Unless
type
you were
of
Udyr.
combination.
Unless you were Udyr. That was the big
well, unless
or
you were
Lucian,
Udyr
Lucian.
or you were Hecarim, but like
Yeah.
those were meta picks. Typically, you're running like something completely different. But it's like,
Unless you're Udyr.
but
do you want to hear a hot take? Actually, Doppio,
whoa,
Udyr's never been a meta jungler. Anyways, continue.
but it's like coming into the lane against that, you were just like you can't catch him. You're just gonna get kited. But luckily, Lucian at the time would just fall off later game. So
yeah, that was his like thing. He didn't have the consistency, and he had to commit to his damage because his auto attack range is lower. That I mean, and those are like value, like fine thing. Lucian's falling off was a product of the way the items worked more than anything, and so there are times in history when he's been strong is usually when he didn't fall off because the items were changed to allow such a play style to thrive in a like or thrive. Back when lifesteal was huge, he was big, get a lot of it off of passive. That's a small history lesson, but like to kind of demonstrate like how valuable movement speed can be in a game that's so heavily contingent on landing skill shots. And well, I mean, it's like the way champions are designed. It's like movement speed is like the catch-all. It's like it's really really good. It's also telling that she doesn't get movement speed in much of her other. She just kind of gets it when she ultimates, and then when she, I believe,
So you're telling me I should skip brown boots?
No. Oh, that's funny. Don't ever skip brown boots. Are you?
if Cassiopeia can do it, why not?
Well, she doesn't have a choice.
Why not Zeri?
Oh,
Is that
that's
technically
true.
is saying that if Cassiopeia can't buy boots, why can't I? Like making fun of someone's ability?
I mean, it's
She can't wear
because
shoes.
it's because her passive says she gains movement speed per level. That's why she can. Sorry.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Let's talk about this interesting topic. So
Yes.
Before we do move on, Bryce, if I may say something.
Okay.
Conway, not to object or anything, it's not a Phoenix Wright level, but I might pull up the music. All right, Udyr was played in 2016 when Runic Echoes was broken as fuck. All right, I remember watching it. That's why I started playing Udyr. Because people would
Oh.
play Phoenix, and they would play Runic Echoes Udyr, and then they built Trinity Force, and they'd open the
Okay.
fucking gates.
Okay, that's great. That's
Yeah.
great.
Open
So,
the
Come on, so you can't come. You can't come.
what pro play game was he played in? Doppio.
He was playing it. It was C9 versus CLG.
Really?
2016.
Really? It's so rare. It's so rare for Udyr to be played in a professional stage.
Okay, we
He's
can
like
agree on
one of the
that.
most-
But like,
wow.
he is picked. Like, there was also a meta.
I mean,
There was a
I
meta
can
like,
imagine
meta
where he's
recently where he was
meta.
picked. Like a couple. Like, when I was playing, it was like,
Are we making exceptions for Wriggle's Lantern?
No,
oh, no, that was I didn't play
I
that
would-
one.
if you want, I mean, yeah, league's metas have been all over the place, and there's been a ton of stuff. Udyr is a weird champion in the sense that he has a lot of very small things that affect him. So you can find a lot across metas. You can find small things that really synergize in like unintuitive ways with his kit. Which is what makes it what can make him really strong. There was a time his Tiger Stance procs added on hit effects, so you would Tiger Stance with Trinity Force, and then you get 3 procs of Trinity Force if you hit them once. It was busted.
It was really
And,
dumb.
yeah, it's patched out, but like it's like that's the way he like works, which is like I don't know.
I think there was a meta where you built Udyr like off tank, and you pick Cleaver, and then because Q proc the Cleaver, and you would just like shred them, and then you would build all defensive. So you didn't need damage.
But that was in the meta where Cleaver didn't have a cap. So what you would do is you'd build 2 black Cleavers because the unique passive would stack, and then you'd shred them for, I'm not joking, 70% of their armor by autoing them once. This is the Xin Zhao build where you build 5 black Cleavers, hit them once, and then you deal, and then they have negative armor and they take more damage. Like, they take more physical damage than the base damage you inflict them with. There's a very funny, video game donkey video about Xin Zhao where he just buys a black cleaver and he's talking on his comms and he's like, so what item should I buy? And they're like, I don't know, maybe anything that isn't a black cleaver. Okay, I think I'm gonna just buy a black cleaver. He's like, and it like works out. It's like yeah, it just keeps going. Oh, but yeah. Okay, but yeah, I think there's a lot more interesting topics. I think there's a lot more interesting topics surrounding Zeri because going on to Neon, their similarity is
they're practically like visually the same character, except one's like a little more punk. But like in terms of gameplay design, it's actually really interesting. They actually published a dev document where like they talk about how they created both characters, and it's completely on purpose that they're designed the same way. And it's pretty interesting. Like we were speculating, like are they trying to make an MCU? But like that's not the case. It's more like say you have friends who play Valorant and League, and you have like one guy that's like not really cool with either. I mean not really like cool with one of them. But like you just like hey, let's play Valorant, and then like you play Neon, and then like let's play League, and all of a sudden you get the same experience with Zeri. And I feel like they pulled this game design like unionization like pretty off. Like
kind of.
There's a not to if you thoughts, I don't want to interrupt you, Doppio. Yeah.
No, I mean I was just gonna say. I mean, kind of. I can kind of get it from that perspective. I think it's just more that like, because I think functionally you can't really get that, like especially from like moving from like a MOBA or an RTS to like a shooter. Like yeah, there's like fundamental concepts that are going to be very much like a lot of the ways that you improve at those games or think about those games can be in the same vein, but you can't really like one for one like slot it and then be like, okay, this person can play this character. Maybe aesthetically though, I could see it like, oh, I play Neon and Valo. I really like her aesthetic. I really like the lightning and the shooting. And I'm like, okay, I want to play a character in League. All right, this character kind of fits the aesthetic I already kind of like in Valorant, so it works. But other than that, like from a gameplay perspective, it doesn't really fit. That's just. But I don't know if you had thoughts on that.
I feel like they just share one common theme where it's like the fantasy of like I'm running at people, but that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, aesthetically as well with like lightning as a thing. I feel like that's important to note as well because I can see people who are like I feel like I know people who are like this is my aesthetic, not Zeri in particular, but like they'll like take an aesthetic and move it between games. I have a friend who really likes playing Malphite, and then he goes and plays in like fighting games, he plays characters like Potemkin, and stuff like that. And it's like where you like, get to be big and power and big and like imposing.
Well, here's an interesting question. Who do you think? Which game got the more interesting character?
Uh, if you trust
I
Valorant players,
I think it's Neon. I think Neon's way more interesting for tactical shooters than Zeri is. Like you have a dash and a slide in a tactical shooter where you're literally breaking the rules of tactical shooters.
yeah.
I strongly agree. Actually, like I don't like as much as Zeri is like word soup. I feel like she's pretty.
She's pretty standard. Like I said with the comparisons to Jin, where it's like she's kind of like serving is not the same function, but you get what I mean. Where it's like it's kind of like trying to teach you these things and try to bring things to a simple level.
I'm a bit skeptical of saying standard. I do think they're doing like unique things with her in a way that makes her like worthwhile to be a champion. There are champions in League. I look at them and say, you don't need to exist. You serve no purpose. You serve
no
more
purpose.
stuff. Nah.
No.
Like there are champions in the game that I look at and I'm like, you don't add to the game. You simply provide a mini game and an aesthetic that's different than other champions. And like that's it. That's the only difference.
Kaisa rears her head.
Yeah, Kaisa rears her head. If I pulled up a list of champions, oh my gosh, typing.
I think I play like all those champions too, which is
Really?
like Master Yi, Udyr.
I think Master Yi is potentially unique. I think he's not he's bare bones, but like he serves a purpose.
Yeah,
like right. He's the juggernaut of the game. He runs at you until you die, and that's it.
He does have the one unique interaction, which is it's reserved only for when Kalset plays the character. I was in fucking alpha, dude.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So the reason he says that, by the way, and I really get bothered when people send me clips of this. Like it's Brug, it's not. You aren't invulnerable in Alpha Strike. You can still take damage over time. You can still take all the damage you take if it's already applied to you. You're an idiot if you think you shouldn't be able to do. So like yeah.
Yeah, but like aren't there actual clips of like Alpha Strike just breaking, hit by like spears and stuff like that?
Well,
Maybe
that's Riot.
Maybe,
coding
maybe,
League of Legends.
I mean,
So.
maybe. Like, there's a lot of those moments. Yeah, there's a lot of those moments where yes, there is those moments where you go right through the counter strike, but then also there's the moments where you where it's like it's actually unnecessary. Like
yeah,
this is functioning exactly as it should be. You got hit by Mauser art. You don't tell me you can survive it with 10 HP.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you're not gonna survive it.
Yeah. But there was I hate a really good example. Kiana is an example of a champion that has no aesthetic, is nothing but aesthetics and other kits that other champions exist like within. She's like in my opinion, like it's just like Talon but Lamau.
But she has Liliana, like the deer, like
Kiana. It's Kiana.
Oh, Kiana. I thought you were talking about
the
Liliana.
elemental assassin. Yeah. She's like a Tira Blade.
Oh yeah,
She's like a combination of Elise and then stealth mechanics plus Talon, and then like situational stun. And it's like
what?
I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Anyway,
I think I can agree on the Valorant stuff.
You agree on Valorant? That was literally what I was going to ask. I was like, how do you?
Yeah, like I honestly feel like in terms of, I mean, obviously I haven't played League in a minute, and I've been playing quite a bit of Valorant. I mean, you know, someone's got to carry the duo. You know what I'm saying? So like
somebody has to hold C long.
I do want to say though, I think I want to bring up the idea that like this may be a bit like weird and uncouth. The idea of making a character crossover, kind of like thematic crossover, like Zeri and Neon, is a bit like self-serving. There's a game development seminar that was given by Mark Rosewater, who is the lead developer of Magic the Gathering, called 20 for 20. It's a retrospective of 20 years of playing Magic the Gathering or designing Magic the Gathering. I've learned so much from watching it more than once. I strongly recommend it. From IDGA Seattle, like 2014
as well.
It's really quite good. I would definitely. It's really, really good. And he talks about 20 lessons he learned over the years. It was just a simple way to frame it. And one of the lessons was, don't make something just because you can. There's a lot of game developers who want to like have fun with game development, game design, and try to do something they think they couldn't do. Or that like, let's try to make this work. Let's try to make a support that's an assassin. Let's try to make let's try to, they did that, Pike. But that's the product of that kind of thinking, right? Where you're looking at pattern completion as something to be valued. You're looking at can we do this, as opposed to should we do this? And I feel like that's kind of what's here. Like, let's develop a Neon and Zeri simultaneously. That sounds like it could be interesting to us as game developers. And I don't know if they've stopped the thought if like people would care. I think they do in their defense. But like,
when you stop asking if we should, and instead of start asking if we could, that's how you get Yasuo.
Oh my god!
Okay, you're in a pile of shit so deep you're never gonna be able to dig yourself out.
I actually think Yasuo is like a valuable champion. He just plays more.
I don't mean it in that way. It's just more that like there are design champions, or like if you, I think I agree. Like in what you're saying, like if you ask the developer like directly, like, why did you? It's like, well, and like not just champions like in League, but like you can look at this like all over the place, like any sort of media, right? It's like, why did you make this? Well, like. Because we could, and we wanted to see if we could, and then when we were able to, we wanted to implement, right?
Yeah. Or when we think we're able to. That's the important thing.
My biggest thing is that like tactical shooters as a genre is like CS:GO and then Rainbow Six Siege, and that's like I think that's it for tactical shooters, right? So that's why I think like Neon's such an important character of the positives of this situation. Where like you bring in different developers and they like completely just break the rules of what a tactical shooter could be, and like we haven't had like 40 different tactical shooters like MOBAs have. Like what a MOBA is defined. Tactical shooters I feel like are still not defined, so I think like that's why I think Neon's very good, and then maybe Zeri is just like not very good because it's just changing people's idea. But like you are right, like this like sort of like nepotistic of like, hey, let's collaborate together could be bad for the game, but we'll see from here.
I think it's just like, excuse my language, but I think it's just masturbatory. It's someone saying, look, I have this self-imposed challenge that I'm going to inflict the results of on my player base without considering if this is the thing that would make the game the best. And that's what it feels like. I mean,
and I agree with you, but like in my opinion, this is why it's good for Valorant, is because Valorant's in a position where it needs to do that, because currently it's been sticking too close to like what a tactical shooter is trying to be. But in the future, when we've gotten like maybe like 40 agents and like we understand what Valorant is, and then they start trying to break Valorant even more, I don't know.
It'll be really interesting.
Yeah. Now
I think either way. Sorry, go on.
No, you go first.
No, I just had some closing thoughts about the whole matter, but feel free. Like if you have something to say.
Okay. The other thing to say that is like MOBAs. When you say MOBAs are kind of a fleshed out genre. I am of the opinion that the game that's actually changing things and has been breaking ground for the last 3 to 4 years is Dota 2. Like seriously, like the champions they release are very unique. And like they do stuff that like no one else does. Like it's kind of crazy that they're still making incredibly new things. But at the same time,
it's also Heroes of the Storm. But it's like what I mean is that like they haven't gone through like that market of like the market basically culling like ones that aren't innovative or aren't quote unquote good game design. Like MOBAs have, you know.
Yeah, that's a really good point actually. I think Zeri rocks the boat not very much right now. I could be wrong. I haven't had a chance to release it down and play her for like 100 hours, you know, like or like even 20. Like I've kind of like messed around with her and training tool and tried to like sussing a few things out, but like I'd be interested to see how she like what roles like how she's like.
I'm very excited for the jungle role for this character. I feel like that's gonna be really fun.
Probably, yeah.
Regardless of like anything though, as in terms of like the actual collaboration between Valorant and League, I think overall like both champions are pretty solid for their respective games, and they at least do things that are interesting and that are cool, and that some people might find like quite like pleasing to just play with or to watch in events. So at the end of the day, that's kind of what you can hope for, right? Yeah. So I'm just kind of happy that both games kind of got characters that are like kind of.
I hope League takes a bit more risk in the future, but at the same time, I think Zeri would be fun to play. As somebody who mained ADC for a very long time, I'm interested to see how some of the like mechanics of that role kind of apply to her.
But anyway,
moving on to.
To say?
No, I was just gonna say, moving on to our next topic. I had to snipe your. I was like, this is my turn. It's my time now. We gotta go on.
Are you hosting now?
Yeah.
Be my
Fuck.
guest.
I mean, it is
No,
Dopio
honestly, this is actually your topic, Bryce. I just wanted to kind of give you the leeway to walk in. It's the Microsoft buyout of Blizzard, or
This happened
Activision
today.
Blizzard.
Yeah,
Like-
this is very
Oh, for
recent.
real?
Very
Yeah,
recent,
literally.
literally today. I was going to bed at like 4 in the morning, and I saw Jason Schreier, not 4 in the morning, but like 7 a.m. And I saw Jason Schreier tweet it out, and I was like, oh shit.
So like, what do you guys think this means for like Blizzard in general and like
this
because
is
people?
this is crazy because Phil Spencer is the GOAT. Okay, he just is. He's like one of the first like gaming CEOs among like the big like three, like Nintendo, Xbox, and Sony. That I feel like he really gets gamers and he really gets people who plays games, and it's super cool to see that. So it's like, and not to mention every single studio that is underneath Microsoft, it has been like developers have been saying that like they have like some of the healthiest work environments of all time. So it's a big W for every person working at Blizzard. But what intrigues me the most is what it means for Blizzard games. Okay, because y'all know me, but the chat doesn't know me. But like I love Blizzard games. Blizzard games are literally my blood. So it's like these past couple of years, I've literally had to abandon Blizzard games because I initially abandoned them because the game design was bad, especially in World of Warcraft. But then the scandals happened, and then I just felt bad for supporting anything that they do. But with Microsoft coming in, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do with their IPs, especially with Overwatch 2 coming out and Diablo 4 coming out pretty soon. But I don't know what you guys think on this.
I'm honestly, I think I can probably give because I don't know how Conway feels generally about Blizzard, but I can speak as someone who's like kind of away from Blizzard games. Like played a little bit of Overwatch here and there, and I was big into Hearthstone. That would probably be the biggest Blizzard game that I was a part of, just fucking card game weeaboo.
Card games.
But like I and like StarCraft and all their other IPs, I've just never been big into them. But the main thing that's like being talked about, I think from like a non-games perspective, right, is more like the scandals around Blizzard currently, and then what this kind of means for it is more like hopefully there's a change. I mean, obviously there's gonna be a change in upper management and the way that the company is structured, right? Like,
well, Bobby Kotick already announced that. Well, he didn't announce. Somebody else did because he doesn't want to announce it. But they said that like once the transitionary period is over, he's stepping down. So that's going to be huge.
So
Interesting.
Yeah, like it's a really big. I guess like, I mean, I don't want to say like it's a big win for both parties in that sense, like in terms of Microsoft and Activision Blizzard, just because like it's kind of fucked up. Like all the events that sort of like revolve around that entire kind of disgusting, and it's a microcosm of shit that's been going on in the games industry for like many fucking years, and it's kind of like tragic to still see it happening. But thankfully, based on like what you were saying about Microsoft, Bryce, what we've heard about them in the past, like it seems like they do have a very healthy like structure in terms of like their company and their work environment, and hopefully that does trickle down to companies like Activision Blizzard, and maybe if their success is something to go off of, other companies as well. Hopefully, obviously that is a little bit of wishful thinking, but like it is good to see that there is like some hope for that, some part of the games. I think in terms of their games like directly, obviously crossovers like out the ass, but
And
I think
Blizzard
that
likes crossovers, so it's gonna happen.
like fucking. I mean, I don't think HOTS is not getting development anymore, is it?
It's slightly in development. It's more like, hey, here's your yearly update.
Oh,
Yeah, HOTS is kind of a abandonware at this point.
yeah.
No.
I was gonna say like they might put like Master Chief and HOTS or some shit, but like
I definitely have
I
like
don't know. They might.
I
wouldn't put it past them.
I don't have as strong a connection to Blizzard games as you do, Bryce. I played Overwatch in the beta. I remember like that was a big deal getting a beta key. I thought it was so cool. Everyone wanted to talk to me that week, but
Of course they do. Dude, everybody wanted one.
Yeah, I played it on my 2013 MacBook. I had to remember that on the lowest possible settings. So fun. It was amazing. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I played that. I played Heroes of the Storm for maybe 250 hours, 300 hours. I actually really like that MOBA. It's only a small amount for MOBA, like in like the grand scheme things.
Well, not for Heroes of the Storm because the matches are like 15 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, like, oh,
It's
but
kind of like
that's still.
fighting games where like you have
I
like
actually like
1,600
that element.
hours, but like in terms of MOBAs, like
Yeah, it was 300-ish. I played Hearthstone in the like Naxxramas expansion, so like the very first expansion.
the very first expansion.
Yeah, I played it a lot. I played it a lot there, and then I got back into it during Kobolds and Catacombs, which will be forever the jankiest, like the worst meta of Hearthstone ever. But it was so fun.
That was when I was playing.
Yeah.
That meta was pretty fun.
That was
Actually,
it was Death Knight.
Doppio, how do you do this? How do you somehow manage to like anytime like there's a game that has like some stupid jank, you're there for it.
You know what's funny? I didn't even play the jank in that
Storm
format.
for this.
I played fucking Secret Hunter in a format with like Magic Warrior. Like, I was playing literally fucking rogue decks in a format with like the most broken decks in Hearthstone history. I thought it was like I was having a fucking ball.
No. On the subject of Hearthstone, though, like Kobolds and Catacombs was like a really annoying format to play, but like it felt really cool as a pilot because you had all these access to these crazy tools.
Yeah,
Knights of the Frozen Throne is like, like by itself it's fine, but then you pair it with everything around it, and it's just tragic. It's like, why would you print this?
Really?
Yeah, Knights of the Frozen. I mean,
shit! That was when all the fucking priest infinites shit were.
Yeah,
my god!
Like any one element of those priest infinite they came from 3 different sets. Doppio. Every single one of those cards came from 3 different sets.
The deck was man, I fucking miss Kobold's Hearthstone. That shit was so funny.
The point is,
damn it, Doppio.
I have friends who played Hearthstone like nearly competitively who stopped playing in that meta because they hated it so much. Because that was also the last hurrah for what's it called? What's the big random
Yogg?
Yogg. That was the last
hurrah. The
so
hero.
Like this, yeah. No. But everyone hated that card. It's just stupid. Like no one wants it.
I don't play Hearthstone competitively, so I have like a very different like feeling towards the game. But I love all that shit because like you don't get that in like tabletop games, which I think is like a good thing to capitalize on. But yeah, for a competitive scene, that was probably.
Since you both are experienced on Hearthstone, how do you feel like this is going to affect Hearthstone?
I haven't engaged with Hearthstone in like 6 years. I got rank 5 on free to play Mage. I'm sorry. Do you mind if I just randomly say this? I had the rank 5 on free to play Mage, not Legend, but like free to play Mage. And I teched in Mindbreaker, got to rank 4. That was it. As far as I got.
Similar story. Free to play Hunter all the way to like rank like 7, something like that.
Mid range free to play Mage was rough.
Because the biggest thing about Hearthstone recently is that its pay model was really bad. Like people have been really criticizing it because they made free to play players a lot harder to play as because like they give you less rewards and stuff, and then like they completely had to rework their system because everybody hated it, and so especially when you have competitors like Legend of Runeterra, which inherently has like very very similar game design, so it's like how are they going to change that stuff to meet that demand, especially from Microsoft, who is at least recently has become like a company that's like more willing to just talk to their fans and try and get things done with their fans.
I think the mobile card game market is kind of branching out more now, specifically with a game that we will probably be talking about later today. But I think it'll be interesting, definitely. And the payment model for most Blizzard games will probably change. At least from my perspective, I think it'll be a good thing, just because that is like
I feel like
the
it's
main
actually. Like it's this weird moment where it's like it's gonna be like more obviously accessible. I feel like they're gonna like move toward that like what is that thing that Xbox Game Pass model that is I don't know if you've looked at the numbers.
This is actually another thing that I want to talk about with this is the Game Pass.
Yeah, but like I don't know if you know, but the Game Pass is like one of the most successful things Microsoft has done for gaming. Obviously, it's really like again a lot of gaming stuff is a flash in the pan compared to Infinite sales and stuff, and then Halo Infinite sales, and then like got like all the other stuff that Microsoft does on a corporate level that is like much more valuable than some of this. But but like at the same time,
but like I saw
it's a bit more. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I saw a tweet by John Xanadu. He's like a very popular like fighting game guy to follow on Twitter.
Wait, does he do Xanadu like games in Maryland?
I don't think so, but he like everybody in the fighting game community follows him for some reason.
Interesting.
I'm not very familiar with what he does in the fighting game community, but everybody in fighting games follows him. But it's like he made a tweet that was like, "Ha, they bought Blizzard, but I'm not buying an Xbox One." But in reality, like, this is why Phil Spencer's such a smart guy. Phil Spencer, he literally has been in multiple interviews where he's like, "I don't want you buying Xbox Ones. I don't want you buying Xbox Series X's. I just want you to like get on our Game Pass thing, right? And that's all that I want." Because like if inherently like this adds value to their Game Pass because all of these games are now going to get added on there eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they like I remember years ago when like this was a meme, like the Netflix of gaming. Like it's actually gonna finally like eventually happen with Microsoft, which is kind of worrisome for the industry. But
Yeah,
I guess
I mean,
we'll see.
I was gonna say that like that model is like a bit more predatory in a different way. Like
Mhm.
Blizzard's games are like Hearthstone is a really predatory model. Like if you want to engage with the game deeply, and like it's more predatory towards people of higher income. People who can like afford to engage with it at a very small level. Game passes are like often more predatory toward people with low income because they offer you these benefits for a small price. Like
Mhm.
or like at the outset, it's to me it's like almost I don't know how to explain this because this is like a bad analogy and it's not a good one, but it's like renting a computer. It's like why would like you don't oh you're not I mean obviously games are services at this point, but like you don't need to own it, but like it's like a different kind of predation that I'm a skeptical of is what I'm trying to say. Like you want to bundle all it's like you know how like Prime Gaming on like Twitch is like get all your Prime rewards with this one if you sign up for Amazon Prime. I feel like we might get to that level where it's like you want to play you want to play the new hero in Overwatch, you know, you be on the Game Pass. If you want to engage with Heroes of the Storm in a meaningful way, if you want to engage with if you know you'll get a free subscription to World of Warcraft. Like these kind of
Well,
things
I
are
was literally about to say that. Is that like if they bundled my World of Warcraft subscription with Game Pass, I'm resubbing. Like the just the value proposition alone for me as a player because I'm a huge World of Warcraft player, well formerly
yeah.
World of Warcraft player, to just have World of Warcraft and like a bunch of games that I can just play whenever I want. That's huge for me as a consumer. But
Yeah.
like I understand where you're coming from where it's like these deals can be like predatory by like making like quote unquote exclusive membership deals, you know?
Um,
But the
I
service has
also mean
been
in the fact
around
that you
for
don't. That's true. Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
but the
continue.
service has been around for about 2 years and they have done anything like that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean it's one of those things where it's like they also gain more value the more people to do something like that, the more people who are part of it, right? It's one of those.
It's also more a worry of like how it'll expand, right? Like I think more is like the question of like and other industries. I mean, you say like yeah, if they bundle my WoW subscription with the like pass, like oh yeah, I'll be in. But like once they start bundling your FF14 subscription with the best or with the only good Final Fantasy game, 6 and 7, then like I mean at that point you're basically like forced to pay. You know, I mean you know if they came with the other ones that'd be cool too. But like I'm you know really just the ones that everyone wants to play. That'll be incredible, right? Like everyone would have a FF14 like they do now, or you know.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, yeah.
this would also bring up the other point where like, are we worried about like the early like 80s where like Disney was buying up every single company? In fact, they just tried to do it again with 20th Century. So it's like,
Yeah.
are we worried about this situation where like the entire Western because this is just affecting the Western industry so far because it's Bethesda
Imagine
and
Bethesda.
id and then
Yeah.
like Blizzard right now. Like imagine if like they start like going for like CD Projekt Red or like European studios.
Yeah.
Like what's going to happen to our industry as a whole
Retro.
if there's a
Well,
lot less like just internal studios?
isn't there
I mean,
like isn't it already kind of like that?
I mean, the problem here, I say problem in general, is just that there is so much value in being part of the monopoly as an individual that when if you're a game studio and Microsoft who can afford to lose a lot of money on the purchase, be able to have control over this in 10 years, like offers you some exorbitant amount for your company, and then it's like you like it's really hard see value in saying no. And this is more of a problem of like, I mean, I don't want to get political, but like economic structure and all of these other issues that have like that really affect game development. And I think the thing we'll start to see on like the consumer level is more games for like that are like, I mean games have always been commodities, but like more games that are explicitly purely commodity fill the role in the Xbox Game Pass. I don't know. That's my dystopia.
One thing that I think is really valuable about this thing though is I hope that it turns out like with Netflix, where like Netflix will shill out to like really niche directors and writers to create like really interesting like projects. And I hope that happens with this because like they'll be recruiting more revenue off of Game Pass and other things, and they'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
But if not, then we'll be turning into that like gray sludge dystopia where like everything's the same, you know?
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit too like pessimistic. Yeah,
No.
cynical. You know.
I disagree. I genuinely think you're on the right. Like, I think both of your guys' points have merits in the sense that like, yeah, I think that structure will definitely allow for like companies that like genuinely care about, hey, like let's get these smaller projects like off the ground and let's get them running, right? Like very simple example is like KI, right? Where like I think I was gonna ask you actually, Conway, when you were talking about predatory business models, like, hey, are there games that like do free to play business model that isn't predatory? And like a perfect example of
Dota
something
2.
that a lot of people point to, yeah,
Dota
Dota 2, KI, like there's a ton
Killer
of games
Instinct
out
is
there
good.
who do that fundamentally really well, and a lot
I
of that
can
is like,
actually give you more examples if you like.
I mean, there's a ton, right? But like the point is more that like there's benefits to having having systems when like there's like systems like the Game Pass when there's companies and people who just want there to be good products made, and so they'll use that like the leverage that they get from that to do things. Kind of like how Netflix pays like niche directors and stuff to make films that they want to make. Though there is the problem of like at the end of and I think this is a problem that's like super big now, and it's like that for a while. Like when like Tencent fucking owns everything. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, especially in the West, like there's a lot of studios that are just completely owned by like one company, and a lot of those are like the biggest studios making games right now, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's actually interesting that you bring this up because Activision Blizzard was partly owned by Tencent.
Yeah.
So
They had like
all those
50%
shares that they bought out, like not 50%. It's like only like a small amount. It's like 20% or something.
It's
like
95. They bought 95%.
of Blizzard. I thought it was only like 20%.
No, it was 90. It was 90.
I think it might have started at 20, and then like they bought it up over.
They paid $68 billion for them.
So it's like now that Blizzard is completely bought out by Microsoft, they're not owned by Tencent anymore. So
yeah,
but I mean, most of the studios that are still in the I mean, if you look at like what is it, Epic Games and Riot and all these other companies, like it's just more that like you were saying before, like both of you guys were saying before, like it's kind of a scary idea that like, oh yeah, eventually like all of these independent studios that kind of work on their own will get bought up by like bigger companies, and eventually it'll just be like a bunch of mega corporations, which is like, again, that goes more into like economics and stuff, which is like that's a little bit beyond the scope, right? Because we can talk about that for like a long time. But yeah, I think it's a lot about like how will these companies like use the things that they have to like either benefit the industry or detriment the industry, and then how do we as consumers like respond, which it's always about.
Okay, it's 43. I'm sorry. To follow up on what I was saying, they bought 43% of the company, but that 43% was valued because of their buying of it. Their company value went up, and now because of that change, it's more like 90% of the original value. So they spent, if that makes sense.
So they only own 47%, but their
43,
value of that 40% was like almost doubled.
Yeah.
But
it's a bit. There's a bit more nuance to it that I can't really explain very well, but that seems to be the gist.
But anyway, I hope we all talked that topic to death.
It is a really topic. It has a lot of.
Because I mean, you could even talk about the fact that like when we talk about the Hokage mountain of esports, Valve's up there, but also Blizzard, right? And like Overwatch League was a big deal, and then StarCraft, like it's the most important esports ever.
That's
like,
actually really interesting because a year ago, well, whenever the last BlizzCon was, in all the promotional material, they didn't show anything StarCraft. They also didn't have any StarCraft panels at the last BlizzCon. Okay, and it made me really disappointed because I love StarCraft. But day one of this announcement, on all the press releases that Microsoft released, what's at the top of the page? StarCraft, and it's literally like giving my little childish heart like, don't do that. Don't give me hope.
Bounty sees the headline. Damn. Hail.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
about damn time.
hail, it's about time, So it's like, but like, the only history that Microsoft has in terms of esports is the HCS, which is the Halo Championship Series, which they typically partner with MLG to do. And guess who owned MLG? Activision Blizzard.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that, dude.
So that's why this acquisition is actually mega interesting, because the people that were organizing the HCS and all that are now running can now become an esports studio under Microsoft to work under for Overwatch League and other things. And MLG is typically like more grassroots style of like organizing too, which is a thing that Blizzard was really criticized for, where they wouldn't let things be grassroots. So
It's it'll, I think, in terms of esports stuff, it'll definitely shake up a lot about the way that they're running. Like Blizzard has been consistently pretty like hard critiqued on a lot of the things that they do esports wise. Overwatch League, like, definitely notwithstanding, that's been like a chief. But I think like the way they've been handling StarCraft 2 is really, really terrible, specifically in the West. But I think like in general it's just bad. And then like hopefully this means that like a lot of their esports will kind of come like have a little bit of a resurgence. Hopefully for your sake, Bryce, I know you want StarCraft back, and low-key,
really want
I want to get into it.
Oh my god!
And I would love to like watch a lot of it and kind of like get into stuff, because I feel like I would really like it too. It's just that like I want there to be this sort of like market where people can like watch these games and like at the highest competitive level and be like, yeah, these games are awesome. Let's play, right? And at the best quality that they can. Like regardless of what game it is, even if like this is beyond like Blizzard shit, like just in general, if there's a game and it's cool, like it should have a scene and should have people promoting it and pushing it, right?
I don't know if I agree with that last. It's like,
really?
We shouldn't, like, I mean, not all scenes like deserve to exist is a strong, that's like a strong opinion.
Well, all games deserve to have a good scene.
Yeah.
Or at least all good competitive. I mean,
like I think to recognize, like, this is something that Bounty, you talk about a bit when you talk about the Smash community, where like a really big value in the Smash community is like elevating the scene as a whole. That's like putting yourself towards into events, and like if people aren't willing to do that for a game scene, it doesn't deserve a it doesn't deserve a scene, in the sense that like I don't know, the idea of deserve is like really strong to me, because like I think of that as like a really strong statement, and like I don't mean to, I know you may not mean it like that as like strongly as I'm interpreting Utopia, so check me on that if
I just simply mean that like I think StarCraft 2 and Overwatch are games that deserve a very good, like, healthy competitive scene for the people who have been playing and like competing in those games for many years, right? Because it's very obvious that like these people genuinely care about the things that they put a ton of time into, and like genuinely care about the game and like pushing it to the highest level they can. And so I hope that the companies reciprocate that in kind and try to do the best they can to like help the scenes flourish as much as possible, right? Better at least than the past couple of years that doing it.
That makes sense.
Moving on to, all right, I know these are Bryce's topics, because I know Bryce wants to talk about these, but we need to talk about these. This is great.
Talk about it if you want.
No. I'm prefacing it. You speak your mind, kid. I need to hear what you're gonna say about this. So, you guys probably heard something about the Valorant. We talked about Neon, but there's a specific gun, right? On a specific sightline. Not a specific sightline. Almost any sightline.
If I can say, I don't play Valorant. I watch people play Valorant and I laugh at them, and I love this story. Laugh is a strong word. I laugh with them at the game and I enjoy watching it. I think it's a fun spectator sport. It's hard for me to watch a lot of FPS because I just get motion sick. And so, but Valorant that doesn't happen with, which is like really unique.
It's slow.
It's slow. No, but it also its art style is like the field of view and the way it like renders image like objects is like different. Quake Engine does not do it that way. Fun fact. But like and I've heard about this problem. I don't play this game, and I've heard about this problem. Please continue.
Bryce, please, no, go ahead, Bryce. Elaborate. Talk to us. Let us know.
So the new act started, and every new act, they do a balance patch. And this balance patch is the big one because it's the new episode, which is basically every year their new season, right? And for this episode, they nerfed the Spectre, which has been infamous for dominating like econ rounds, half-buy rounds, save rounds. But there's another special weapon that they buffed, and it is known as the Ares. This weapon only costs, I believe, 1,900.
It's 1550.
1550, even cheaper than what I thought. They made it so that the startup on the gun is instant instead of like you slowly get up to it. And then they also made the firing rate 30% faster. Okay? So for 1550, you get the power of a Phantom in your hands for half the cost. Okay?
Yeah.
Which is made, I don't want to say Clown Fiesta, because the Vandal and the Phantom are still like the defining weapons for the game. But it just adds, like, you know, that little spice for when you lost round 1 of your pistol round and you're salty. So you just buy that Ares and it's a viable weapon.
Yeah. I think, like, we legit had a game where, like, I think we, I think 4 of us bought Ares. And then I think it was on, I want to say it was on Haven. And we
it was on a
pushed on the
site.
site. What was it?
I think it was Ascent because it was. Are you talking about the game where I bullied one of our teammates to buy? No, that was.
No. I'm talking about the game where we're like pushed on the site.
Bully is a strong word. That's not what happened.
Yeah. we like hop on the site and then like we're planting and then 2 of our teammates get peeked from like doors or some shit and then like they get popped by the Ares and then somebody goes on the comms and goes, "This gun is so fucking broken." And then me and her like dying. Like, this is fucking hilarious.
Oh, it was Fracture. I remember it was Fracture and it was like the end of the round and he was trying to clutch it up and then he gets bodied by the Ares and he's just like, "I hate this fucking gun."
This gun is so fucking broken. It was so fucking funny, dude. Yeah. Valorant, it's not a like Bryce said, it's not a Clown Fiesta. Like, the gun isn't objectively more powerful than like the Phantom just because like there's things that obviously
a little bit funny.
Yeah, like the econ in the game is like fucking ridiculous because you can just buy like a 1550 weapon and you can like fight people that buy like $2,900 weapons and you're fine. Like you can actually compete with them, which is like not a good thing. It's like because you would rather buy like a Vandal, right? Like specifically in terms of like maps like what's a good example? Like let's say you're holding like a long sight with like one entry, like with a kind of like a narrower entry, right? Like you'd rather have a Vandal in that situation just so you could like pop heads or just like things like that. Like there's small situations where like like a Vandal comes up, right? Where like you want to have that one hit shot, right? But like the Ares is so they basically turned it from like a Call of Duty LMG to like a fucking las gun from like Warhammer 40k, where you just like fucking run around and you just point and shoot and it'll fucking kill anything. It's ridiculous. It's so fucking stupid sometimes, but it's really fun.
My favorite effect so far on the game is how loud matches are now, because like the Vandal and the Phantom are typically very quiet guns, but like you'll be holding like half the map away and you'll just hear and you'll just be like, well, somebody died. And it's just so funny. And then you'll run over to the site that's being taken and you'll do it yourself. You'll be like, it's just so funny.
I think honestly what I've been seeing, I mean, the Ares is a really good gun and like I think maybe some nerfs are justified, right? Like I think maybe they could crank the price up a little.
I think it's just the firing rate. If they reduce the firing rate, the time to kill will be slower, and then but like keeping the speed is important because that's the biggest reason why people didn't buy it before, because you're literally competing with somebody's reactions to kill you because of the speed of the weapon, right? But just keep making it so it instantly starts up and just reducing the fire rate will make it just fine. It'll be like a pretty okay half buy.
Yeah. It's also fair to say, like, in preseasons for, like, almost all of Riot games, shit is, like, fucking bananas. Like, especially when, like, shit just gets out, like, it's fucking ridiculous for, like, a while.
Yeah, I came back to League in its preseason this year, like, in October, November, and like I was unrecognizable for a few weeks. And then I'm like, oh, I guess this is what they were trying to do, Lamau. And
Like,
and I was like low diamond at the end of my run. It's like, what is this? What is going on? it was crazy.
It's really dumb from like a holy shit, like what the fuck is this company doing? But then honestly, like people are like not used to seeing a fucking Ares on like an eco buy and you like fucking smoke someone, right? So like the gun is also gonna seem more ridiculous than it kind of is, right? I think I speculate the same thing is like happening with Neon as well, where like people think Neon is like really broken, where it's
I
like
don't think she's really broken. She's like
no, she's like fundamentally a very good character, but
yeah, she's like Reyna tier, you know? She's going to definitely be like that second duelist that you pick up on your team occasionally, depending on what play you want to go for, but she's not going to be like Jet.
yeah, she like fits into the meta pretty well, and she fits into like her role pretty well, but it doesn't like objectively break the fucking. I think I've really been enjoying Valorant. I think it's like really fun. Like if you play competitively and you have like a good mindset about it, I think it's like one of the most fun competitive games you can play because it's just so fucking ridiculous sometimes. But like your skill is rewarded. Like if you put time in the game and you think and you like, it's one of the few games where like you can super hard grind technical skill and you can super hard grind actual like macro skill. Like micro and macro you can grind so hard and you can get almost infinitely better at both of them, and you'll still have to like learn the other, right? And you'll still have to like try, you'll always be able to be improving, which is like really cool. I think it's like a really fun thing for a game to have.
Speaking of skills, I'm trying to learn is voice chat. Is a new technology that I am learning about in my video games because I have to team up with my teammates, and in MOBAs you can sort of get by without talking to your teammates, but in Valorant you have to talk to these fools.
If I can add to that, I think that you can totally get by in MOBAs without talking until you get to the absolute highest level. Until you get to the absolute highest level, like pings are more than enough. And most people who are aware of the game at your level will be like aware of what you're trying to communicate as well. That's like something you learn. That's like part of the skill of learning a MOBA is recognizing what your team's communicating. And there's a lot of MOBAs that are really clear. Like a good example is League is like the number of things that are happening at any given time is pretty low until you get to these big team fights. But like, and so it's like if they're walking in a direction, you know what objective they're looking at, for example.
But like in Valorant, like you have to talk to these people because they can't see your POV ever. So if you see something that they don't see, you have to tell them. So I'm learning that I have to start using my mouth more, and it's getting me bad vibes, especially when my teammates are under the age of like 16. Okay, it's awful. Okay, it's absolutely awful. Okay, it's even worse. It's even worse when you do bad. One time I was playing a match and I did bad, and somebody asked me how old I was, and I said 25. And they said, "And you still suck at this game?" And I was like,
it's like I mean, it's like there's like benefits and cons to high. There's a really nice AGDQ talk about, or not AGDQ, no, G. It's like a
GDC, yeah.
GDC talk about like socialization in video games, as well as a number of, there's so many texts that's been written about it. But one thing you talk about is the like the thing you gain and lose from having that kind of fluid voice communication. You lose the controlled environment that can be like, more forgiving. You're never going to be told you suck at 25, but you also lose the like rich social connection and like potentially really fun communicative outplays you get. And like, it's just a choice as a developer, like what you want, like what you value. But please, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I know you had a...
So it's like, it's not that like I'm getting made fun of, because you guys both know I'm really good at fighting games. So it's like literally like one of the hardest genres in terms of competitive play. So it's like I'm used to just, and not to mention trash talk in the fighting game community. Like I'm so used to trash talk. But like the thing is, the thing is that like the fighting game community is typically like 20 years old and up. That's not the case for Valorant. The age is typically like 22 and lower.
Like fucking Zoomers.
Yeah, fucking Zoomers. And I'm not used to getting made fun of by a kid who just got out of middle school.
Yeah,
you do get made fun of by me on the daily.
Who should be doing their homework.
Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, like this. I mean, I can kind of understand your experience with voice chat. It's just that I think I'm just more like. I just like shooting the shit more in like VC with random people. So like
You're
never.
probably more used to it because you grew up in
Yeah.
this era of like interacting people on Snapchat,
Dude,
TikTok, like all those like
Oh
just
my gosh.
facial.
I mean, I've just been on Discord for like a majority of my life.
If I can say, if I can say, I am so. It is. I, I feel I'm so. What's the term? I always get super anxious when I meet people and I don't introduce myself. And I'm realizing that introductions like that are like gone because you meet people so frequently in these high bandwidth settings that jumping into a voice call saying, "Hi, my name is Theo," is like crazy. They're like, who are you? You're some incredibly polite
Who's
person.
fucking guy?
Yeah, and I'm like, what the fudge? And this is like, but I need to do that. Like in my brain, I'm like, I need this, or I don't know who I am.
Yeah.
And it's so like, if like voice chats, if I like jumped into a Valorant game, the first thing I'd want to do would be like, "Hi, I'm Theo. I'm gonna be playing Neon today. I'm
Shut the fuck up, bitch!
Yeah,
Pick a fucking initiator, you goddamn piece of shit. Jesus Christ, you're gonna fucking throw me.
Yo, you did an entry frag? What the fuck?
Okay, fine. I'll play chamber. It's fine. I'm gonna go A if that's all right with you guys. Nice to meet you. What are you up to today? How you doing? That's like
Nobody
what I
says
want.
anything.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's like what my brain.
When he asks, "What are you up to today?" He says, "We're playing Valorant." So shut up.
Yeah, there we go.
And then, like nobody talks to the rest of the round, and then like some guy like swings like they're on defense, and then he swings wide on A, dies, and then he's like, "Oh my god, bro! Why'd you fucking trade me? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?"
Yeah,
Jesus
and I'd be like,
Christ. Oh my god,
so
fucking god.
I'd be like, so it's nice to meet you. That's like my vibe, right? Like I mean, I'm the type of guy in the pregame League of Legends lobby says hello in chat. Like, and then the first thing I type when I get to game is GLHF, stuff like that. I'm like, it's interesting to see that change, like the social standards, and it's particularly interesting to me. But like, I find that very funny that you guys interact with that daily. It's like, oh, it's great. It's great.
As a solo experience, it can be kind of awful though. Like I've had experiences where like I queued into a 4-stack, and they would purposely throw, and then they would like make fun of me in voice chat, and I was like,
yeah,
I'm just trying to play the game. I just wanted to go next, but I wanted to win, so I didn't want to surrender. And it's just like,
The other thing, the other thing as well is like, I mean, you've played fighting games. Those have the same potential for like, super toxic interaction because of their nature. And there's like, I mean, they have the other problem where like you are literally the enemy of the person you're socializing with, and unless you the game categorically places you against them.
Well, there's one thing that is beneficial for the fighting game community is that we're like typically pretty small. So,
yeah,
like,
so you have to be
if
nice
you
or
do something bad, your reputation's going to change. But like I'm saying, for these Valorant games, like these are strangers and they can say whatever the hell they want to me. And Riot's
and they know,
notorious for not like cracking down on this stuff.
The other thing is they know that that reputation doesn't matter with you, and because they can find a million other people who would play with them tomorrow, right? And that's kind of it.
I also think I also think for fighting games, it's also like a difference of like, I think a lot of people who play fighting games like specifically are very diehard competitive. So like, I think this is also like quite common in Japan from what I hear. But like, people are generally a lot more encouraging fighting games because they want to like push people to be better so that they have more opponents to fight with like more varied characters, right? Like that's why people generally are like really nice and supportive about like, hey, like here's this resource, learn this thing, because the more people that you have better in the scene, right? It's like, number one, it makes the scene look a lot better, and like there's a lot more like really awesome people who are super dedicated to the scene. But also, it's like I have this other person that I can play with and I can practice with like really consistently and get a lot of, right? But yeah, you were gonna say, Bryce.
But I was just gonna mention like the positives. Like so far my favorite positive, and this is especially shown when I've duo queued with Doppio, is that there are moments where I'll say a call out because I feel like my IGLing is okay. And like I have like a pretty good grasp on like where we're supposed to be moving through, and I'll say like, okay, let's push up, and then like it's very cool to like make a call, and then it's kind of like being in like a SWAT team, and it's very fun, and it's like you both just push up and like you sort of like pincer them, and you slowly see it in time. You see it on the mini map, and you see it with your players, and then when you make that play and you kill that player who's like you've trapped, it's very satisfying and it feels really good. And it's like it's that exact experience that I'm looking for in this game because, like I said,
Mhm.
I want to try and learn what it's like to get good at a team game. So making those types of plays over voice chat is like super cool.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
really rewarding. Like it just feels so good when you set up that shit. Like, oh man, there's a lot of really cool feelings you get, especially if you call it like there's this element of like organization, right? That you like feel like I'm the guy in the CIA who organizes the team, that kind of thing.
I,
Yeah,
I
it gets
think
cool.
for Valorant, I feel that very strongly, as opposed to like things like League. Like I think the
But
best
League, there's
moments.
no voice. Nobody's on voice chat.
Well, like even when you're like talking, like even if you're duoing, I think this is like the most awesome thing. Like I think this is the best thing about like team games specifically, just like the fact that you can play with someone that you like know, right? So like first of all, you can kind of like take in the fucking chaos of the situation with like another person and like laugh about it, right? And like feel fine.
Mhm.
And you also don't feel the pressure of like fuck, like I have to perform or like no, it's a game. Like at the end of the day, you're gonna play well some days, you're gonna play bad some days. People are gonna talk their shit, and it's like fine, right? And
Also,
like
the round structure really adds to that.
that as well, yeah, because you can go round to round and like do better or worse depending, right? Kind of similar to a fighting game where like just because you lose one thing doesn't mean you're gonna keep losing. It's like you can like come back through your own mental and through your own like ability to
I've
just like
always said
adapt to the situation.
I've always said one of the least appealing things about MOBAs is the fact that making a mistake at 2 minutes affects you for the next 20.
Yeah,
Like
Whereas-
that's such a like a it
yeah.
feels really bad as a player like to have that. And
In shooters, it does as well. Like in tac shooters, it does because of economy. But like generally, you can still come back from a deficit, and when you do, it feels fucking awesome.
Well, it's also the mental attitude because, like,
Yeah.
in like I said with the round to round structure, like I can do bad in a round, but my slate is like swiped clean, right? Because I can just try again. Because like
yeah, and
even though you're at an economic advantage, if you can shoot better or you make the play better in the next round, you can still outplay somebody on the enemy team.
Or
in
you
MOBAs,
coordinate better.
in MOBAs, a lot of there's a small port. I would argue the same as for MOBAs, but like it's a bit more pronounced because of the way numbers work in those games.
Yes. Like one of my big things about like the Dota versus League argument that constantly comes up is how they handle comebacks. Whereas
Yeah.
like Dota has specific algorithms based on your gold value, your level, and then how much gold you're currently carrying. Whenever you kill someone, whereas League, I believe it's like based on how well you're doing. Like
It's based on how well the person you killed is doing.
yeah. Like if they've had multiple kills, you get shutdown gold, which is like I believe
Yeah.
about 300 or so, which is a
No,
good,
there's a relative threshold established, and then it's 150 per kill above that threshold relative to your team's kills. So up to plus 600. And then there's one tier above that, which is just a flat 1,000.
So this also is like what causes like in League of Legends it's very difficult to come back. That's why at pro play they try at their best to not make risks and they just want to play like consistent. And that's why I like League of Legends is more like a fundamental MOBA game because you're punished for those mistakes. But in Dota, they specifically design it with their algorithms to make like kills very valuable and you can rubber band like the gold lead very easily by winning a single team fight or anything. Like for example, if you watch the grand finals set for TI this year, Team Spirit was down like in the final game of their best of five. Their best of five, and they got one team fight win, and then they eventually snowballed that into
There's
the
yeah.
win.
There's there's like a strange dissonance as well, right? Because when you have a game that like or there's two like dueling like whole like what's the term? Two dueling like themes. No, it's like two dueling design goals.
Aspects.
Goals. Where it's like one, you want the person's play for 30 minutes to matter, but you don't want the person who's on the losing end of that play to like not have agency over the course of the next third, like for the same period of time. And so there's a lot of weird things that like arise because of that. Those two goals existing simultaneously. Do you want the first 5 minutes of your game to matter? And if the answer is yes, then you need to have it.
You have to make it punished.
Have punishing. But then and moreover, you need to not make it so punishing to come back that it's invalidated. I kind of like the vibe that Dota has. So there's like an ebb and flow that is really interesting, and I think they do it really well because of the way that death works in that game is a lot more consonant. You actually like, I mean, for as much as the death timers are larger, because the things that heroes can do are more impactful, and like on the like micrological scale, you can lose and gain a lot in Dota off of a team fight, but buyback is such a big thing to be able to do. And it creates that moment where 5 minutes in, winning matters 30 minutes from then in like a not degenerate way. And in League, however, it's like as much as people joke about shutdown gold and stuff, it's usually not a like particularly relevant at super high levels of play, which is like kind of unfortunate.
Unless you're LS watching North America.
But anyway, I feel like we've talked that.
Yeah, we
that,
don't need
that one
to.
death.
I was gonna say one last thing actually.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is in shooters or like any game where you have VC, but specifically in shooters, is when it's you and your homie versus the world, and you're on that Discord call and you fucking save you actually fucking clutch it out. That shit is godlike. That's actually the fucking, that's like the fucking peak. Like if you hit that shit in a fucking in a Valorant game, I think we've done that once.
It was like that Icebox game where we were both like really focused up, and then we like really like dominated the other team.
Shit was gas.
We had some other teammates that weren't all that great, so we were like, okay, we really got to pull our weight on this.
We gotta pull through, and we did. And then after we won the round, we're like, Ares down belong. But yeah, moving on. Bryce, go ahead. You want to?
So, Doppio, you've been talking about this topic.
Yeah.
Okay? You've been hyping it up. What is the 2006 Togepi run?
All right, sit down.
Okay, I'm sitting. I am sitting.
You guys got drinks. You guys got some. All right, get yourself some drinks. I don't know, whichever y'all are in the stream chat or watching this on YouTube. All right, listen up, because we have a little story to tell. All right, now if you guys remember, all right, when we're talking about Togepi, right? Now Togepi is close to my heart. I love Togepi, right? I watched a lot of the replays from back in the day for Melty. Some of the accent core replays through Lord Knight, who comes up in the story later. Some of the like original BlazBlue replays, which are fucking hilarious. If any of you want to see like what a fucking Kusoge actually looks like not Guilty Gear Strive, not this like bullshit that everyone calls like Kusoge, even though it's like perfectly balanced. Just go watch like the first Togepi for BlazBlue. That shit is fucking ridiculous. All right. To quote LK, this fucking why the fuck did this shy guy keep mashing C and D on me and fucking win the game? Why did Carl just like smack me once, fuck me, and then like win the entire tournament? What the fuck is wrong with this? OD. Anyway, I love Togepi. In 2006, right, I mentioned that for Melty Blood, right, at Cadenza, all right, there were a bunch of Japanese players, very powerful, prominent Japanese players.
Powerful.
6 gods of Melty.
They were powerful.
Powerful, yes. But there was one Armenian, Southern Californian Armenian man, right? I won't leak my age, because it would fucking worry you. Like, we fucking sham. But I right in my state, I went back. I participated in Togepi. There's one man, right? And he fought under the name Doppio, all right? And he was the savior of Melty Blood. All right, I walked on that stage. All right, I competed. I did my best. All right, I picked Wara. I did double air dash. I screamed at people. All right, and I played that best of one format. I got infinited by Eltlam. All right, but I made it through to the end. All right, so now whenever I talk, if I ever go on Twitter, right, you see these fucking Twitter eggs. All right, talking about the infinites are broken or whatever the fuck. Don't listen to them. Okay, because were they at 2006 Togepi? I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. That was me. All right? And you want to know who my teammate was? Guess. Wasn't none of these fucking American players. Wasn't Hook Gang God. All right? Wasn't Majin Obama. But it wasn't Majin Obama. Wasn't Giuna. All right? It was fucking Goichi. Who do you think taught him that defense? Who do you think taught him how to block? Who do you think taught him to do nothing? Right? Fucking Fenrich? No, that was me. So if you ever see me on Twitter with an opinion about Melty Blood, just know Okay.
You're an OG.
Nobio was at 2006 Togeki. Where were you? Where were you in 2006?
Where was I? In 2006.
You know, I didn't script this at all. Like, I said, like, let's make a bit where like, I went to 2006 Togeki. And then I wrote it, and then I didn't think about it until this moment.
Did you, like, show up, like, naked, and you had to, like, find somebody's clothes? And then you had to, like, search for...
Yeah. They wouldn't accept me, because I would have pulled up in my basketball shorts and my, like, fucking My Hero Academia t-shirt. Well, yeah. In 2006, I would have pulled up my My Hero Academia t-shirt, and they wouldn't have understood. They would have thought this was really strange, right? So, yeah, I had to pull up. I bought, like, a suit and a nice tie. I look like a Slayer, right? But, like, no wife, so it was... But, like... I pulled up. I had the hair. I had the mustache. I was like, dude. And I sauced everybody. Don't check the... Okay.
Okay. I wasn't going to.
Nice. See? That's one. Also, next topic. Moving on from my incredible run at Togeki. Wanted to really quickly talk about this. Something that just happened today. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel actually is on Steam.
Shadow dropped. Not even announced. Yeah. Just it's on there.
Yeah. And we didn't have a date. The last date I heard was from a guy at my Yu-Gi-Oh! Local who said... Yeah, well, they said it was going to drop on February 30th.
Oh, so is it January 30th? Is that what?
Yeah, half the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players believed him.
Oh, no.
Like, half the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players like, yo, February 30th? That's kind of cracked, bro. That's kind of soon. And then I also didn't get it until, like, wait a second. Wait, what the fuck? There's no February 30th? Anyway, not the point. Game kind of shadow dropped. We didn't really get an announcement date. The game is on Steam, but the servers are under maintenance. I kind of wanted to talk about this because we did mention Hearthstone. Bryce, I remember you bringing up Hearthstone before. And this is the reason why I probably will not ever play Hearthstone. Because despite the fact that this game will probably have the shittiest fucking business model for a card game ever, right? It's fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't really say no, right? This shit's in my blood. I haven't been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since 2016, alright? I've been competing in it since, I should say I've been competing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Since, playing it since I was literally fucking 4 years old. So, for me, this is like a dream come true. Like, to have an actual simulator that's supported by Konami that we can play on.
It's been a long time coming. Like, I used to play on YGO Pro, as you know, and that was like quote unquote revolutionary at the time.
But like nowadays, that program is like, because there's so many different versions of fucking YGO Pro, and the updates are all over the fucking. It's a fucking
hard to find.
Yeah, a lot more people use Dueling Book now, which is a very good solution, right? Like. It's more analog, right? But that actually helps if you're trying to practice for like high level competitive turns because you have to remember your effects. You have to like try to keep up with it, right? And there's a very big player base just due to the fact that it's free to play in your browser, right? The only issue is like it's not Konami sanctioned. Like Konami doesn't like the fact that people use it, right? And there have been versions of Dueling Book, like Dueling Network originally, which were copyright stricken, right? And they had to come up as different because Konami just the Konami Corporation. Konami is a fucking rat shit company, by the way. Let me just preface this. Fucking dog shit fucking company.
They got rid of Kojima. Of course they are.
Dude, they have the best fucking IPs out of any company. Like, I swear to fucking God, they could rival Nintendo with their fucking IPs, but they fucking run them all into the fucking ground. Like, where's Castlevania? Where the fuck is my Castlevania Konami? What did you fucking do to Koji Igarashi? Made him go and fucking develop... Huh?
Did you not get the memo?
I did.
Have you not been to the local pachinko parlor?
No.
They just came out with a new one.
Stop, no. The fucking pachinko machines are the fucking last straw. This shit is ridiculous, right? What the fuck happened to Silent Hill? Oh, yeah, the Silent Hill pachinko machine was gonna fucking revolutionize the fucking... Shut the fuck up, alright? Where's my fucking Silent Hill game, Konami? God. Anyway, not the... Tired about... I'm really excited about Master Duel because I genuinely think this is gonna be a really big thing for people who want to get into Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
I mean, I've been waiting for it because, like, I don't want to say I competed, but I definitely like played like the top tier decks, and I played on ranked on YGO Pro back in the day. But like, for me, I really would love just like a more casual experience Yu-Gi-Oh, where like I can just hop on like potentially my phone or on Steam and just like play a couple while I'm doing something else, right? And like I'm hoping that this is that same experience, but like you're saying with the monetization model, I'm just hoping that they go with like Magic the Gathering Arenas monetization model where you
what does that do?
Well, the way it works is that you can buy the real cards. It's kind of like the Pokemon, where like you
Oh, like you scan a code?
and you scan a code. But they also have like a digital version, like a digital marketplace where you can buy packs and stuff like that. Because you can't buy packs on the Pokemon TCG one.
Yeah, you have to just scan code.
Yeah, you just scan the codes, which I think is kind of bad for like people like me who are like, I just want to play the digital version. You know, I don't really intend to go to tournaments or events. So that's why I'm hoping that they look at MTG Arena and they go, we can just use that. But this is just like fighting games though, where this is a Japanese game developer and they like to do things from 20 years ago.
I mean, all it takes is like look at Duel Links' monetization model, and you immediately understand how this game is. Like, I fucking love Yu-Gi-Oh! In like almost all of its facets, I'm a massive fan, right? And if there's a competitive version of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game out there that is like solid, right? Like Duel Links is a very good competitive, like in a lot of its. It would be good if you could fucking like play the game without spending $500, like out the gate. That shit is ridiculous. Like you can free to play, obviously. Every single free to play game, right? Like you can just be a free to play account and like grind it up. But like the amount of time you would have to put in is absolutely ridiculous. It should not be like that. And the fact that you can't like even Hearthstone's model, like a Hearthstone model was not perfect, right? There's a lot of problems with it. But you could like break down cards and craft new ones.
Well,
you could like use your collection to get a newer
model.
Like the upgrade. What's up?
At least the older version of the model, because they changed it recently and now it's worse.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yeah, like when I played in Kobolds, right? Like that was a really big appeal. It's like, okay, even if I'm not using these like legendary cards, use them to craft other cards like down the line, which is good. Like that's a good way to fucking have a system where you can like, you know, break down cards and build the ones that you want, right? So you can actually play the decks you're trying to play. That I fear that that's gonna kind of go over to Master Duel. Now, Konami's outside of Japan, Konami sectors are very good at like listening to players and stuff. Konami of Europe specifically is actually incredible. They're a very, very good, like, they have very, very good organization. They're very good at being like player focused and reaching out, right? And I hope that there's some sort of pull in that. Like, I hope that they're trying to at least like implement these systems, make it a lot more player friendly than it was. Obviously, it's Konami, so you know, whatever little shred I hope has been fucking kicked to shit and like lit on fire. So, you know, I'm still dreaming, but it's like, I know that it's going to be tough. The only thing I hope for, truly, the only thing that I really have faith in is that this game will really bring people, like you said, Bryce, like people who just want to experience Yu-Gi-Oh! In its modern form, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a very big stigma, as many card games do, right? Like, Magic and Pokemon not as much as Yu-Gi-Oh! But Yu-Gi-Oh! and Magic kind of suffer this, where it's like, the game gets really complicated and really intricate, and it can get really ridiculous. As Conway found out yesterday when I showed him my fucking Blackwing. God fucking damn that thing. Anyway, like the game can get really complicated, and I think while yes, those parts of it exist, every game is complicated once you get to the highest level, right? And once you build upon it, and it just adds to the skill ceiling of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where I don't feel like a lot of other card games have, right? And I think if we can get more people in through the door and have them learn through some sort of tutorial or like some, you know, at least a game that like tells them like, here, this is how your cards are linking up. Here's how your cards are able to be played on the board. It'll be really big in just getting people to like want to try the game.
It's not only like the tutorial stuff. It's like this goes back to the monetization, because if the monetization is bad, Pokemon is developing their like Hearthstone equivalent like app version of their game, because their app is dog shit. Like it came out like it came out in like 2012, but it felt like it came out in 2007. Like that's how bad that application is, right? So it's like they're developing their version. So if this Yu-Gi-Oh! One does bad, where are the casuals going to go? They're just going to go play the Pokemon one, right? And like Pokemon, though their app was bad, their monetization was like pretty pitch perfect. Like it was so good that like trading cards on their service was incredibly useful, and that it was so good that like the fan base actually decried when they said that the new one won't have online trading. But it's like, so like if they fail at the monetization level, it's the casuals are just going to go to the Pokemon one. Like it's just common sense.
Yeah, like the competitive players like me are obviously.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go play Pokemon when I want. You know?
Listen, Konami, listen. If you want Bryce to play your game, fucking make your monetization good. Goddamn. But also,
That's true.
like,
That's true.
I agree. Like, I think the reason that Konami's doing this fundamentally is because they've always been very opposed to making. It seems like they've always been really opposed to making an online system that like actually is like very cohesive. But they
And it's
finally
weird for
realized
a
that, like,
card game.
yeah, like they realized that MTG, Magic Arena, right? Like PTCGO is like getting the live version right now,
Mm-hmm.
and Hearthstone and Shadowverse and all these other card games are like coming out with, and Legends of Runeterra, obviously. Like these games are doing fucking numbers. Like they're fucking insane, right? Because you don't have to go to a local. And as a person who really loves physical card games, like I understand like there's a different appeal to it, right? But like people do love playing online card games. There's a group of people who really enjoy that, right? And for those people, having a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh, which some of them might have a really deep connection to, awesome. Like just a really convenient way that rules itself and manages itself without all the complications of YGO Pro. Fundamentally is going to be amazing. They just have to not shit the bed on the monetization, and obviously, like hopefully it's functional. I mean, we can't know until the game comes out. We'll probably be talking about it at some point, but fingers crossed, it's going to be awesome, and I'm definitely going to be playing it, like for sure, because so good.
Anyways, Conway, did you have any thoughts on this?
Not particularly. It's a really interesting discussion. I'm not too familiar with card games or their digital counterparts. I played Hearthstone for maybe 150, 200 hours ish over the course of 5 years at different points, and followed it briefly. I've watched my fair share of Savit's videos. What else? I was a big fan of Trump SC. Trump
Oh,
Starcraft, yeah, Mayor of Value Town. He taught me a lot of the basics of games and stuff. I've played card games my whole life. Like I probably and I play Magic the Gathering a lot with friends and stuff. But I've never the digital aspect, the nuances of it aren't, well, while they aren't lost on me, I just haven't considered them much. So I don't have much to add, sadly.
So I guess we'll
well,
just move on to our final topic then. This is going to be like a meaty topic to talk about because I have lots of
Ooh,
things to say about it. Conway,
I've
you have
touched
lots
on
of
most of
things
the
to say
aspects.
about it, yeah.
I've
But
touched on most of it. If you want to,
so
to
I'll just let you take over.
me, I was gonna talk about a bit about learning Dota coming from League. I played League for a long time, and Dota is like a very freeing game relative to that. Um, I've talked a lot about it briefly over the course of this discussion, but so I don't actually have as much to say as I expected to get when I got here. I've been really enjoying it, and something that's really interesting to me is when I think about League, I've always considered it like I consider it a game that like I don't know if I could play forever, but I feel like I'm like maybe 20 hours into the new set. To playing Dota more, I feel like it almost is. Granted, a lot of it comes from like that like ignorance of like not knowing however all the interactions work, so it's all fun and novel. But it's been like a real legitimate joy to play Dota. I'm only playing Sand King, which is this really funny lens. He's the most fun I've had with a champion ever. I feel really empowered. So something that comes up a lot, and we talked about when we were talking about Zeri, is the idea of like champions instead of pools, right? And it feels like Zeri is kind of moving more towards that with the ability she has. And sure, you could argue every champion has a set of tools and things that they do, but like in League, a lot of them are like homogenized, and there's a lot of safe options, and there's few things that champions do that are like truly unique outside of like I can think of a few instances, but like every mid lane mage is going to control a very similar space. Oriana and Anivia control the same space in slightly different ways. Granted, Anivia has wall, which is actually one of the most unique options in the game. So like that's a thing. But yeah, and in Dota, I really like feeling of like building towards us a strategy. I feel like I'm playing a fighting game and running Oki. Like that's kind of the vibe. It's like I'm doing set play in a MOBA where it's like I have this strategy that I want to build towards. I want to create I want to be and then I'm interacting with this like a set of elements that are beyond that are more conceptual than they are like numeric, which is like a really cool feeling. I know a lot of this comes from ignorance, which is the thing I really want to stress. I am kind of new to Dota. I haven't played it only for 20 hours. I've played like 150 hours in the game, but I have even less in like the actual game modes that are required, like all pick or whatever. You're not allowed to play ranked after you play 100 hours of normal games, basically, which is a good cutoff. Actually, I think that's pretty smart.
Well, you
But
also
I
have
have
to verify your phone number.
Oh, nice. But I haven't. I'm like at hour 70 now. But at the same time, it's been a really cool experience. It's kind of nice to go to a genre that I like engaged with a lot and find new life in it. Like I didn't expect that. Like when I like left League, I felt kind of like I was a bit burnt out by it, and I go back to it and I look at it, I'm like it's the same shit, and like it's kind of cool to go to a different system and see many of the things that were really valuable to me about League and learning them and like why it was enjoyable. It's more personally edifying than anything else. I have a pretty unique perspective on Dota. Not unique, but I have a pretty I don't know. I've played a lot of MOBAs. League of Legends, I have like maybe 3,000 hours in. And then I've not many people know this, but I used to play a lot of Heroes of Newerth. Before
Which
even
rest
that.
in peace, by the way. It
Yeah, by
closed
the way, that's
like
dying.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I have maybe like man, I played it when I was like a teenager, so maybe like 150, 200 hours of that. If not a bit more, and that was like more dedicated. And that game is really cool. I never understood what I was doing in that game, but like that was, but at the same time, yeah.
So so
I've,
what,
I've
so I have like a really interesting question because like this isn't the first time where we've been friends and you've interacted with Dota and you just didn't enjoy it. Like so like
yes.
my question is like what do you think clicked? Like what flipped the switch and you were like, wait a minute, there might be something here.
There were a few things. The biggest, and this is like a really hard to break down in like a meaningful way, is like just place. Like you asked me at the right time, kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Like timing. Like in my life, like many of the other times you've asked me, I've been overwhelmed by other things, and like right now I'm wanting to escape a lot of those responsibilities, so I'm looking for something to lose myself in, right? And so it kind of just fits that vibe, right? um Very deep dense game. Having space in my life for like learning something like this or feeling like I can learn something like this is really cool. I think playing League, I've been getting back into League as well, which is a weird confluence. Um, made me feel less foreign to the MOBA genre in general as well. Like it didn't feel as weird to like click around. I mean, it sounds so stupid. Someone saying 3,000 hours of MOBA, like clicking matters. Like no, but like it's like um, I don't. Other than that, what else? What else like really made it click? Um,
Having a character you like?
Um, yeah, I think that's like a part of it. I really, really like Sand King as a character. I think he's so cool. He's so metal. I also really like his abilities, and I like how strong his game plan is. Like he's an initial game plan that like just out the gate works. I don't need to buy my third item. I don't need to consider like my opponents as much. Like, and that's like a weird thing to value, but like when you're just starting a game and like learning all the nuance is difficult, and you're like you're focusing really hard on things that like should be second nature like to anyone who's better than you, or to like it's really nice to have a game plan you can rely on and like really just like do like press the buttons in order and you're done. It's like playing a like Leo and in like Exerd, where it's just like you just do the thing and it works, and it's like yeah, that's great, awesome. I don't have to worry about the nuances of my what's like a character that's really janky, like in Exerd, like Zato.
Like defensively, like I guess Biken. Oh well,
Yeah, and Biken's a good example too, where she's kind of like awkward and you can't do certain
Why do we keep talking about this character?
I mean,
gee.
you can't do like no, but
I wonder why
like,
three grown men are talking about Biken.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Biken just got first and third in the Rev Tuesday event. But
Oh, for real?
yeah, Hyper Precise Blood beat everyone.
Wait.
Literally, no one. Yeah, he beat everyone. And then Mystic got third.
Wait, Mystic plays in Rev Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, he's been expanding the available regions. Crocs and Socks got second, and then Usagi and Puddles got fourth and fifth. So
Is it just an East Coast tournament now?
no, I mean it's open
Half
to
of
everyone.
top,
With
more than half of top 8 was East Coast.
Yeah. Anyways,
West Coast still the best Exerd region.
yeah, East Coast. Well, it's Canada and then East Coast and then Texas and then South and then California's doing better. Regardless.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Like having a game plan you can rely on has been really valuable. And also, it's like I really like the idea of moving around as Sand King. Like this is something very few people talk about in MOBAs, but like MOBAs that are really, really good make the feeling of walking feel cool. And Dota's I didn't get until I was piloting a Scorpion. I just didn't understand.
It's really interesting you say that, because literally, like, every single League player I've turned on to Dota, they hate moving in Dota. They despise it. And
I got used to it. I mean, I've been used to it for a while playing.
That's what I try to tell people is like, hey, if you're used to it, it's really good, and it's like it's literally one of my favorite concepts in that game, because like the turn makes like risk and reward like completely different from
it makes games
and stuff.
It like makes movement more committal, and I think it actually enables their tendency toward melee carries, because range carries in League really focus on outmaneuvering you at their max range, and that's all they can do, because that's like their game plan, because it's so powerful to turn around again, walk away. It takes 0 time, and whereas in Dota, you walk towards a place, they have the advantage if you try to run, and it creates a space that is ripe for interaction. It makes you interact more with your opponent, which is just a cool thing that I like in MOBAs. Also, I like that damage is a bit lower overall until late game in Dota. It makes me feel like I can.
This is the thing I haven't heard from you yet, so
yeah, I like that.
I've been waiting for this to come up, because
I feel like the laning phase in League is like a series of collective blunders until someone dies, and like obviously I'm not at the level where that isn't the case. That's the big thing, because I'm sure any challenger player would be like, yeah, no, I understand. It's about recognizing your neutral, right? Like they can infinite you, and you're just not respecting that. Right, but for many League players, it's like rolling lots of dice, and I think you need to be aware of the general experience of your game if you want to build a better version of that for people. And I really like how in Dota it's there's I really like in Dota that it's not that you can make more mistakes, because good people will still punish you for them. It's just the feedback is less, tessellates less. And like you stepping forward to get a minion at level 2 is rarely going to be the reason you lose the game, which can be the case in League. Like you get a minion at level 2 and then the Fiora all into you, and obviously you shouldn't have gotten that minion, but it's like, say lovey. That's like a big deal to me. It's been really fun. It makes me play the character more. If that makes sense. Like I'm not as it kind of peels away the mechanics a bit and makes me a bit more immersed. I also think Dota is like a much more immersive experience. Like
I talk to you about this all the time, about how like every time I play League of Legends, I don't feel like I'm playing a video game. I'm playing like a phone game that I just put up full screen on my window. But like in Dota, like it checks every mark of like a good video game, like immersive sound, character designs, music that changes depending on what you're doing, lots of things that just add to like this cool experience of like I'm playing a real video game right now.
I mean, part of it for me as well is the idea that like you are in a fantasy, like you are in a world you get to interact with. Like the fact that trees are a thing in Dota is like a big deal to me, right? I think it's so cool that you can interact with those so dynamically. And then there's characters and abilities and items that play off of the fact that you're in this like space. And League tried to do that a bit with like the water walking rune, where you get movement speed in the water, but like that's just Slardar passive.
Even like
that's just Slardar Q. Yeah, Ivern. But like that's just Slardar Q. Cowards. And it's like yeah. And it feels all really fresh. I think like a lot of the fun I'm having with Dota is its freshness. I'm sure if I play it for another 1,000 hours, I probably won't have the same opinion. But as a casual player of Dota, I would be happy doing this for the next 5 years casually. Feels like.
As a League player, like as someone who went from League to Dota, thanks to Bryce, like telling me about it. Like I played Dota first, and then I went to League, and then I went back to Dota like for a bit, and then I just kind of stopped playing MOBAs in general just because of like how much time I had.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The MOBA genre is when you gotta like.
You gotta commit to, right?
You gotta like. If you don't like
it's
it,
your lifestyle, you know.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's
like,
just a genre of game.
For me, it was more that like I think there's like also because like I think like for in your case, Conway, it's a very specific thing. You put ton of time in the MOBAs, and like the real appeal for you was like the game feel, right? But
I mean,
I think
do you want an honest answer to that? I can tell you what the real game feel for me is.
it just seems like it.
The real appeal of MOBAs was the the feeling of progression you get from playing them so much. Like in the very same way you get better at like a fighting game, improving in a MOBA feels really rewarding, and it's also a type of reward that is socially validating because people around you see it. People around you that you play with see you getting better, and then they validate you for it, and that's the cycle that I think fell into.
That's my main point is just that like a lot of people like I know I was like this at a time where I was scared to like not play because I'm like, why would I play Dota? Like everyone that I know plays League, everyone that I know like interacts with in that community, right? And then like it's just more popular, right? And I think this is like a pervasive thing in all games, right? Where like people just want to play the most popular games. They feel as though their skill in that game matters more somehow. But like if you are a League player who is like tired with the ways that like that game operates in a lot of ways, like for me personally, I learned that like no, MOBAs don't suck. I'm just like it's just maybe not for me, right? Because to have a game like as with a feature set as like complete as Dota is like incredible. Like you literally boot up the game and you have everything, and you can just play the game. Like you don't have to deal with all this other like hex tech bullshit or like
there's like microtransactions are an option that do not affect gameplay.
It's fucking genius. It's actually so fucking smart.
It's just not run by it's just not run by Tencent.
Exactly.
And that's the difference. Like if I'm being honest, I mean, part of it is also the fact that like sorry, no, continue.
No, yeah, like I was gonna just say like the fact that you can enter a game and be like, who do I feel a connection with? Who do I feel like I like in this game? For me, it's fucking Storm Spirit, dude. I just want to pull up and say some goofy ass shit and then fucking kill you, like appear from halfway across the map like an airplane. I just like, sup, bitch, boom, and then you're dead, right? And then I bounce. I gotta go back to land. I gotta farm, dude. That's fucking me. I love that.
Right? A character like Storm Spirit is a really kind of a good comparison for Zeri because she can move across those really large gaps and then just wreck your shit. Yeah,
but you don't feel that same personality.
Yeah, beyond that, I do want to point out though, Dota breaks more rules it establishes, and I think that's part of its fun.
It's actually like my favorite part about that game is that like it's definitely a lesson in like mastering what are your rules of your game. And then let's create broken ones,
Yeah, and there's this. And I mentioned the idea that like horizontally in League, there's a lot of similarity. Like Malphite and Maokai have the same, very similar interaction. They do different things, and if you're going down to the nuance of it, like there's big differences between them. But most of those small differences don't matter at a very high level unless you're I don't know, optimizing for something unique. In Dota, those differences are all that matter. And you really pick team comps relative, like team compositions and a team based on what you want to accomplish. And I think that's so much more fun because you feel like you're building toward that game plan in a way that like the League meta doesn't allow. Also, League is so much faster. It feels like by the time you build out, it's done. Like you very little time to engage with I don't know. There's a thing that happens in tabletop RPGs. There's a really big problem where like I don't know if you've ever played like D&D, but like Dungeons and Dragons. Like something will happen is you've people who go after this MacGuffin. Okay, and it's like this omni-powerful sword, a very very generic thing. And then they get the sword and the campaign ends because the last session is them getting it. And then it's like, wait, we have this powerful sword, we want to use it. And it's like, no, but like the story doesn't allow for that. And I feel like that's League in a nutshell. And like you get to the point where very often, where you get to the point where you can like do these cool things and you really engage with the game in like a really unrestrained way. And they're like, okay, it's over, go to the next. And
it's like the ending to Twilight Princess, where at the end, Zelda's like, here, have the Sword of Light, and then like you get it for one fight and that's it, and you're just
then. And in Dota, because of the way that heroes work, you generally establish a game plan early and then you refine it later on, and that's like a really appealing thing to me. I love not waiting to feel like my hero. like Malphite is a really good example where he just doesn't feel complete until you have level 6. Sand King feels complete at level 1 or level 2. It's actually level 2 when you burst right.
Well, not even then. It's like he still sort of feels complete depending on your strategy. Like you can look at your laning opponents and you can be like, do I want to build Q or do I want my W? Or potentially like, do I just want to farm well and you just build your E, you know, or something like that, you know, like, and it changes the whole dynamic where like you're more so thinking about the macro game of the game that you're currently playing instead of like the intense micro game that League encourages.
Yeah, and when I mean complete here as well, like on a mechanical level, that's one thing, but I mean aesthetically complete in the sense that like I feel like I'm a Scorpion Man at level 1. I like that's like a big deal to me. Okay, it may be hard to understand. But
you are the Sand King.
I would like to. I want to be the collective consciousness of a living desert. Okay, trapped in the armor created by the Jinn of Chaldean. Isn't that so wrong of me?
I think it's like I think that like fundamentally at its core, that's like one of the main appeals of Dota. It's just that like the gameplay like plays into the fantasy, which plays back into the gameplay, which like fucking loops on itself over and over again to make this like experience where you're like, I like at all moments of this fucking game, I feel like character.
It feels epic in a way that League doesn't. And part of the reason is League is moving towards that really fast style of gameplay. And if you want me, I think okay, let's put to quote Bounty, let's put on our tinfoil hats, okay? A huge portion of League players. Okay, we need to get tinfoil hats for this. Yeah, we need tinfoil hats for this. A huge portion of League players play League in regions. No, a huge portion of League players play League in regions where time playing League is things you spend money on. We talk about Korean PC bangs and like the Chinese. If you look at like data about like Chinese, what's it called, network cafes and stuff, you pay for time. So I mean, this also is where the solo queue strat of saying like run it down.
Yeah, run it down, surrender.
Yeah, as a way to literally save money because they realized, let's play the first 5 minutes of the game. If it looks like it's going bad, let's all wait in base, let them push mid, open mid, and then we get more games in our account that are right because we're spending money per hour. So if we can get a game done in 10 minutes, that's a benefit.
I've actually never thought about this. This is actually a really interesting idea.
That's where it stemmed from, because then Americans and Europeans and people who are not in the West, they saw the Koreans doing that, and they're like, they're onto something. They must understand it better than we do.
Yeah, no, that shit is ridiculous.
And it has nothing to do with the likelihood of winning and the value of playing out games. It has everything to do with the economic concern of the fact that I'm paying $10 for this hour, and I'm going to get my goddamn money's worth.
It's kind of like how a speedrunner who speed runs like a game that has like a really simple like 10 minutes, but on that 10-minute mark, there's like a really hard trick. And if they mess up the trick, they reset.
Yeah. And there was a Korean data scientist in like 2015 that pulled data from at the time the Riot's API to see like when League games were decided. Like if you were losing at this mark, why would you like don't continue? Like what's the likelihood of you coming back? And it turned out to be about 12 minutes was like the 50-50 chest flip. And at the time, the Korean players had the joke of the joke was, let's see where we're at 12. If it's losing, just open pin. That lasted for a bit, and it was forgotten. That's like a small bit of forgotten history. It's like 12 minutes. That's it. We're done. Every game's 12 minutes.
Oh, would you look at the time?
Yeah, exactly.
I got places to be.
While you've been in thing, we gotta go.
But yeah, and but in Dota, it's like games are by leveraging the game, like by leveraging the inherent value of, and the design potential of time, you create this really epic experience that really feels like you're engaging in this war, this like heated mental conflict, in a way that's like a lot more relaxing too, because like League, every moment is stressful. No, every moment is stressful because failing in this next 30 seconds is like a larger portion of the game, so it's more radiates further. And so yeah, and I mean I can go on and talk about like I feel like I can die 10 times in a game of Dota and still like enjoy it. Like I've never not enjoyed a game of Dota that I've lost in the last like few days. Part of it is going to be, again, I want to be really clear. Part of it is the novelty. Like this is going to wear off especially if I start, like if I grind it and like really try to get good, I'm gonna, I'm gonna invest myself.
Eventually, you're gonna run out of water to drink.
Yeah, it's a really good analogy.
But it's like the one
It's
thing
really
that
refreshing, you know?
when I first started Dota, because League of Legends is such like a refined experience, like there are specific things that they want you to do, and they want you to do these specific things. Is that because Dota like isn't necessarily like that? It makes like finding holes in your gameplay weirdly like easy to spot, and
Mm,
it made like when I was trying to get good at it, like it made that experience like a lot more fulfilling because like the solo queue experience was literally well. The reason why I messed up here was because of XXX reason. Whereas in
yeah,
League, I was almost clueless sometimes, where I
it's
was like,
overwhelming.
I don't know
I,
where to go.
I was playing Dota with some friends earlier today, and something I realized a few days ago that I really hadn't talked about. I'm thinking too fast for Dota. I'm
It's true. It's true.
considering time too quickly. There are I'll look at the missing map and I'll look at the map and I'll like look at I'll look at the map mini map and like I'm like considering who's missing, right? I'll be like, okay, their 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 position like 2 is missing, and I'm like off lane or
I think
something.
you're
I'm
scared. You're so
and-
scared.
no, I immediately walk away, and I'm like,
Hmm.
okay, for the next 30 seconds until I see them
I know
again, I'm
this.
not doing anything. And then it's like, wait a minute. Then 30 seconds passes, and then they don't show up anywhere, and I'm like, oh, I guess they're not here. I'm like, I like mid lane's pushed up. They put vision in their jungle. I guess I can engage with the game and get now because if they stayed here for 30 seconds, the loss is great enough to justify to get the econ. And like putting pressure on lanes is important. I don't want to be. There's other issues that are arising, right? And then it's like, no, I didn't see them, so 45 seconds later, they're gonna be in my lane, right? And like I'm thinking too quickly, and I'm like, another problem is like rotation. Like I'll be like, okay, call me if you need me, and they're like, okay, I need you, and then I'm like in my lane, I'm coming, and then I slowly start walking across the mile long map.
And then you realize
Oh, I
you have
should have
this
been doing
mechanic.
that. No. Outside of the teleportation, I'll realize, oh wait, I should have been walking 30 seconds ago if I was expecting to play. And League is really, really reaction heavy on this level, right? Where it's like you see a character, you immediately react to them. You got to have this like plan on how to interact. Like if I immediately see them, what am I going to do? Whereas Dota is like a lot more chill in some ways. It's like, okay, oh, they're missing. Okay, maybe in 30, let me get this wave, and then in 30, unless they're Storm Spirit, great, awesome. Now I'm also in.
It also like makes structuring like a plan for you as a
Mm.
player like a little bit easier for you to do, right? Because
It
like
makes it as a team easier because no
yeah.
one's rushing. Like a big issue with League, issue is the wrong word, but like a big thing about League that I used to tell people a lot is it taught me to be decisive more than right. Because in League, time happens so quickly, it's more valuable to be decisive about the plays you're making. I played a lot of Twisted Fate. He was the most common
I was
character I
literally going
played
to
for.
use Twisted Fate for this example.
Yeah, and a thing about Twisted Fate is when you roam, you got to commit, and it can't. It doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to. Oftentimes, it doesn't. I mean, well, sometimes it does. Like at a very high level, it does need to be really good. But like once you need to commit to that gank, and being decisive is often more valuable than being right. Like you doing it perfectly. Because of this time frame that this game is existing in. And so in Dota, it's kind of the opposite a bit, where it's like, let's make I mean, there are moments of decision that you need to be decisive about, but
Like
it's
team
really nice.
fights and stuff like that.
But it's really nice to be able to say, hey, let's group up for a smoke, and then 30, and then you can farm your lane for 20 seconds, and then slowly walk over for 10. Whereas in League, it's like, okay, we need to group now, and by that we mean in the next 5 seconds, or we lose. Right.
One of my favorite aspects of like
Maybe
laning
not,
with
but
Bash
yeah.
is because I only play carries in Dota, and
Mhm.
like Bash typically plays supports, so
Yeah.
she will always be like my partner, right?
Yeah.
And like I'll be like just chilling in lane, and then I'll tell her like, hey man, if you want to like just come into lane, there might be a free kill. And she'll say these words to me exactly. Okay, I'll finish up this stack, and then I'll show up in lane. So it's like
Oh,
it's such like a great way to like make it so that like each player can structure their plan because there's enough time for each player to structure their own plan. And then when you want to communicate for your plan, it makes it like an easier way for you guys to work together.
It's nice. I appreciate it as someone who's a bit older as well, and like now
Oh
reaction
yeah,
time.
Dota Boomer is like so chill for you as a boomer.
Yeah, I say boomer as in I'm 25, but but like I appreciate it. Like reaction time, notwithstanding, so like that doesn't necessarily fall off with time. Like a slightly slower paced game, older people experience time more differently than younger people. You generally make less choices and are less aware of the nuances of time. You cannot tell time as well when you're older as when you're younger. And now here's a question for you guys: do you think older people overrate time? Think 1 second is longer, or do they think it's shorter? If I was to ask two
It's
people,
shorter. It's always shorter.
if I was to ask two people to tell me when a minute's over, and I like start a stopwatch, do you think the older person would be like longer, more than a minute, or less?
Like test,
Less.
it's like often it's like the older person thinks that like they have like a feeling that like they perceive time, like longer stretches of time, as like happening quicker. So like a year will be less time for them because they've lived more years. That's like the common myth. I don't know how correct that is.
So there was. I told an older person to count 60 seconds mentally. Would they end up with greater than 60 seconds or less than?
Less.
Yeah, less. Right? I'd assume it's less.
Are you? I think it's the other way around.
Oh no! I'm misunderstanding. No, they would have more seconds because they'd like they think it would be a longer stretch of time than it actually.
Because they perceive the original 60 seconds as being shorter than 60 seconds. So because they're and so that the next like 30 seconds is thought of as part of the first 60 seconds.
Yeah.
There's a really nice video about this I watched on YouTube. So maybe I'll link that in the chat or something. But the idea is that it's having to make less decisions per minute is like really nice, and it really makes it easier for me to like commit to playing a game. It feels less stressful. It feels less.
I mean that also might be why you might be like enjoying the game more, like when you're losing, because like you realize that like, hey, I might have messed up there, but like I still got like another 30 minutes of this game to play.
I mean, part of it is also like just engaging with the world of Dota is fun. And again, this is novelty. This goes under like the quality of novelty, where it's like just being Sand King and like setting up my W on a wave is always as enjoyable, regardless if I'm winning or losing, and that feels really cool. And now I fucking hate when people put sentries down. I always forget how that works. I'm still like, I mean, it's still weird to me that like sentries aren't visible normally. So I'm like, oh, there's no wards here because you need sentries to see sentries, and so it's. I mean, it sounds stupid to someone who's played 20 hours to miss that nuance, but like,
League used to be like that.
yeah, it did a very long time.
I actually preferred that because I feel like supports were more impactful back then.
I think the vision economy in League is really in a good, healthy space.
I mean, it's good. I'm not saying it's good now. It's just like
I really like the dynamic. I really like the dynamic of being visible. It creates a lot of interesting, valuable interactions, I think.
Well, I just think like the homogenization of like everybody works in the vision department makes like the support player feel like their impact isn't felt as much.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they, how do I put this?
Like a good support player nowadays is like a playmaker.
How do I put this?
You know, kind of like a jungler.
Yeah, I think if they could, I think if League of Legends was made this year, they would make it a 4v4 game.
I mean, yeah. Wild Rift, dog. Wild Rift.
Exactly. There we go. We see it. Okay, that's all I gotta say on the Dota thing.
Honestly, it just seems like you're having a really good time with it. Like,
yeah,
overall.
it's been an enjoyable game to play. I get to play with people I don't normally get to play with. Like, I get to play with my Finnish friend, which is a really cool thing. The game isn't like as latency dependent as like a fighting game. I get to play with people. It's been a nice, fun distraction from other things. I can't tell you how much I'm going to play it in the future, but I do feel like it's a game I could play casually. Which
whatever.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it a lot.
Okay,
Definitely Conway's game of the month. My game of the month. I love the idea of having that as a segment, and then it's like my game of the month is Dota 2, and then it's like March 2022. My game of the month is is let me think, Deus Ex. It's like old boomer, like just an old games. I'm playing Metroid Prime
Morrowind.
2. No. I was gonna say Morrowind, but like that was too obvious. I'm
Dungeons.
playing Metroid Prime 2 Echoes for the
Dungeon
GameCube.
Siege.
I'm playing Bomberman Generation. That's my game of the month. It's like just nonsense.
My game of the year is my game of the year in 2 months has been.
Say that again.
My game of the year in 2 months is Tales of Symphonia.
Game of 2 years actually, dude. If you get it.
Okay, cool.
anyways, my game of this week is closing this podcast. So,
OD.
Is that a game?
Conway, where can the people find you, Conway?
Me?
If they
Oh
want
wow.
them finding you.
Oh yeah, of course. You can find me on Twitter at underscore Theophrastus, as in the Greek philosopher. That's is it underscore Theophrastus or
Yeah, it's at the under.
yeah, at underscore Theophrastus. That's probably the best place to interact with me. I'm on I love Guilty Gear Xrd Revelator 2 for PC and Steam, and also PS4 and PS3. And I hang around the Guilty Gear Xrd Revelator 2 server a lot. And if you're ever interested in learning that game, I gotta jump in call. You can literally talk with me there. Like I'm there a lot. Well, you can find me at Twitch at Theophrastus1. I stream infrequently, but if you're interested in anything, yeah, I'm like that's about it. I think that's everything. I'm sorry, I'm not used to shilling myself. Whoa.
Chill yourself, King, dude. You deserve it. But no, like for real, guys. If you are at all interested, because I mean we're all Guilty Gear players, so if you're all at all interested in learning Xrd or talking to people about Xrd, and you need someone, like seriously, Conway is like has been and is to this day a pillar of the community for the entire time he's been a part of it.
I've been really involved with the digital side of things. There's a lot
He's
of
been a
people.
pillar of the community for all the time that he's been a part of it. And he's at the and he'll deny it, but he's been a wonderful force of good, like in almost every single person's
I've been
life
a force,
that he's been
all
part
right.
of in this community. So we appreciate it, and we were honored that he was cool with being our first guest and
Oh
having.
no! I mean, you guys are my close friends. I'm very happy to be on this. I think it's a really cool project, and yeah, thank you for having me. I really
of course, man. And thanks again for coming. And again, guys, for future reference, if you would like to find the Twitters or any of the links to stuff for like any of our future guests or any of us, just in general, the Twitter link on this Twitch channel, and Bryce, I'm sure you'll like link it somewhere on the YouTube. You can find the original tweet where I put out, and I'll at every single person's Twitter if they have it, and you can usually find them, and they'll have like links in their bio. So yeah. And I think that's everything.
Well, if you want to find me, I'm at BountyX100 on Twitter, and basically anything else that there's social media. So just type in BountyX100 and you'll find me. But yeah, thanks for staying with us for this long episode. I promise they won't go this long, but this is a very long one. But yeah, thanks for joining us, and we will talk to y'all later.
Take care, everybody. Have a good one.